Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Lost His Magic After Defeating Voldemort and the Sorceress of Fire Rose to Power, so do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description. Harry looked out the window into the clear sky. The stars were twinkling merrily in the inky black setting. Harry couldn't help but feel that he was safe. A small smile fell upon his face as Hedwig approached his window. He had just turned 15 an hour ago, and for once in his life actually looked his age. He had grown over summer, and his hair was still as untidy as ever upon his head. The same thick black glasses sat upon his nose revealing sparkling green eyes. He was actually a tad meatier. Aunt Petunia was so scared of his godfather she actually fed him almost the same amount of food as Dudley, even if he was still on the grapefruit diet of the previous summer. Uncle Vernon had put a stop to that. He had figured that the rest of the family probably shouldn't suffer. So Dudley was made to fend for himself. As a breeze ruffled Harry's hair, he noticed that Hedwig was carrying a large fluffy object, as well as 2 oddly shaped packages. In the distance, he could make out 2 more owls. "Hello, Hedwig," Harry said dreamily, as he was tired. Hedwig nipped Harry affectionately as he untied the rather heavy parcels from her legs. "Thanks, girl," he murmured as Hedwig floated towards her cage. He then picked up the Weasley family owl, Errol, and gently placed him on his bed. Then he looked up to see a large tawny owl and Pigwidgeon. Ron's owl fluttering noisily above his head. Usually, Harry got quite irritated at Pig, a nickname given to the owl by Ron and his sister Ginny. However, tonight, he was in a rather good mood. He untied a large package from the tawny owl as well as the letter from Hogwarts. He knew immediately that the package was from Hagrid, but he quickly went over to Pig, who was scraping the door trying to find something to land on. In one leap, he had managed to get the package and letter away from Pig, and soon perched him in Hedwig's cage. With a loud, indignant hoot, Hedwig flew over and rested on Harry's bed. Harry then sat down while looking at all of his presents. "Wow, they really went overboard," he said in a slow whisper, as if worried of now waking the Dursleys. He picked up the note from Ron and read, "Happy birthday, Harry. Sorry I haven't written you in a while, I've been kinda busy. Fred and George are still making stuff for their joke shop idea, however, I think Mum may have caught on. Percy is still off his rocker, as he is now junior head of the Department of Crime for the Ministry. Dad says he's got his panties in a bunch overhearing of you-know-who coming back. Of course, he doesn't believe it, as usual. Ginny might be starting up a fan club for you in the future, I'd watch out if I were you. Bill and Charlie are coming and staying the 2 weeks before term. Wanna come visit? Mom and Dad said it's okay. And everyone wants you to come because apparently, Percy has an announcement. He probably found out how to go after people with bad cauldron sizes. His report was a hit in the office. They kept joing about it for weeks. Send me an owl back with Pig. Hope all is well. Ron. P.S. Percy says it's something big." Harry didn't know what to make of Percy's big announcement. But he was sure he wanted to go to Ron's house. He couldn't stand being here so bored. Harry then looked down at Ron's gift and started to peel the packaging off. He saw an amazing sight. Out in his hand was a strange, yet beautiful box. It was wood, with strange carvings on the side, like oddly shaped stars and moons. It was about the size of a regular shoe box. Slowly, he lifted the lid to find a small sheet of parchment. "Harry, this is a blank box. I know, it doesn't look significant, yet it is. You put anything that you want in here, and no one can find it but you. Kinda like an invisibility cloak, yet heavier. Hope you like it." Harry sat with a stunned look on his face. A box that could hide things to the outside world. How cool. Finally, after a minute of rereading the note, Harry grabbed a slip of parchment and a quill from his desk and wrote, "Hey Ron, sure, I would love to come. Send me back a letter telling me when you want me there. How do I get there? The Dursleys have boarded up the fireplace and never go near it. Quick thinking, I guess. Where did you get the blank box? It's amazing. I wish I could see it work, but I can still see it. I'll talk to you later. Harry." He rolled up the parchment and tied it to Pig, and sent him out the window. The little owl started to drop, but the rolled over twice and started flying straight again. Harry turned around and looked at all the packages again and found Hermione's. He slit open the letter. "Hello Harry. Happy birthday. I've been reading all my books over and over again making sure I understand everything. Because everyone says that the 5th year is extremely difficult. I am so excited. We get to learn about human transfiguration this year. I can't wait. Anyways, are you going to Ron's house? If you are, then I have 2 things to tell you. Oh geez, I'm starting to sound like Percy. I wonder what is so big he is going to tell his whole family. Oh well, I hope you enjoy your gift and I will see you soon. Love, Hermione." Harry now turned his attention towards her gift. It was oddly shaped, acutally, the most oddly shaped one of all of them. He ripped of the packaging to reveal a beautiful gobstone set. "Wow Hermione," said Harry in awe of the stones. They each had a face on them, which looked quite innocent. However, Harry knew that gobstones, much like the Muggle game of marbles, was anything but innocent. They shot a nasty liquid into the other player's face when they did something wrong and shouted obscenities towards the other gobstones. Also in the package was a book, The Complete Guide to Gobstoning. The Wizarding Game of Chance by Berulda Banglietz. Harry, now growing tired by the minute, was yawning uncontrollably. Better not open them tonight, thought Harry, as he placed the gobstones and the card next to Ron's box. He turned his attention to another box, undoubtedly from Mrs. Weasley. He opened it, and to his delight, had received a whole batch of chocolate fudge, as well as a pair of woolly socks. He pushed the box towards the rest of his presents and looked at another one. "This is from Sirius," he breathed to himself, as there was muddy paw prints covering the wrapping on one of the gifts. He carefully tore of the paper, so as not to disturb the prints. There was printing on the boxes which Harry recognized it was in Sirius writing. "The Stargazer's Ball, you need never use a telescope again. Shows all 9 planets and their orbits." Harry managed a gasp. He had seen one in the stores of Diagon Alley. He popped the top to the box and pulled out a beautiful round globe, which glittered in the moonlight. Inside, he could see each of the 9 planets moving in circles, with all their moons. Each planet was glittering, which made it even more peaceful. Harry picked up a letter that had fallen out of the wrapping. "Harry, I thought that you might enjoy it. It once belonged to me before I got into Azkaban. It is unbreakable, trust me, I should know. Everything is going great so far. Unfortunately, I can't tell you where I am or what I am doing. Too many and trustworthy people here. Get to Hogwarts safely, and please don't go snooping around the grounds. Give my love to Hedwig. Love, Snuggles." Harry couldn't help but pull a smile. Snuggles, his animagus name, was his guardian. He always enjoyed hearing from him. Harry picked up the globe, and watched it again as the planets moved. Then realizing he had one more package left, placed the globe next to his other presents. He reached over towards Hagrid's present and set it in his lap, while picking up the letter. "Dear Harry, I hope you're all right. Muggles treatin' ye good. I hope so, otherwise, I would make a trip up there to raise trouble. Anyways, all is well here. Just got back from France visiting Oilymp, Madame Maxime to you. Had a wonderful time. Hope your birthday goes well. See you in a few weeks. Hagrid." Harry remembered the large woman who ran Beauxbaton's academy, for it was only 2 months ago that he had competed in the Tri-Wizard tournament. He could still remember spending long hours in the classroom learning Hex and having his nerves frazzled by the time the 3rd task came around. He could also remember staring into Cedric's cold gray eyes after Wormtail, under Voldemort's command, had killed him. He also had dueled with Voldemort after his body was returned to him, and only barely made it. It had been tragic watching Cedric's parents as they fought to understand why this had happened. It was only after Dumbledore's last dinner speech that Harry could talk about it. Sometimes, Harry would still wake up in the middle of the night, in a cold sweat and a sharp pain on his forehead where Voldemort tried to kill him 15 years ago. He would keep envisioning over and over the cauldron which held Voldemort. And Wormtail helplessly sobbing in the background. Just thinking about it made him jump. Harry started to unwrap the package Hagrid sent. It was a sampler of Honeydukes candy. Also, underneath was another package. He opened it, and let out a gasp of delight. It was a small pocket-sized mirror, however, it wasn't a mirror. It was faux glass. Much like the stuff that the real, Mad Eye, Moody had in his office after last year. The glass was foggy, with only one shape moving in it. It almost looked like Dudley, because the shape was so big that it didn't fit on the glass. Listening hard, Harry heard the creaking of the landing under Dudley's weight. He decided he would open his Hogwarts letter tomorrow, and slowly moved his gifts onto his nightstand, where he read the clock. 3 a.m. Just a little late, Harry gasped silently as he rolled over in his bed and drifted off to sleep. Ow, she yelled, grabbing at her toe, which was now a bright red. Lana, I need some ice or something. What's wrong? Oh, you stubbed your toe. You'll be fine in a minute, no need to go wasting ice, said Lana. Calista had been up packing all of her things for almost 3 hours. She was already getting sick of packing, when she had realized that one of the many boxes had a huge chunk missing. Her room was looking very empty, and she was almost finished. I can't wait to visit Auntie. I haven't seen her since I was born, Calista said constrained, because she had just chosen to lift one of the boxes. Don't lift that. Wait for the movers. Yes, I would it has maybe been since your mother was in her deathbed, Lena said matter-of-factly. Lena, the short plump housemaid, was now leaving Calista's room and heading down the stairs when the doorbell rang. That'd be the movers, Calista. You'd better be packed, came Lena bellowing up the stairs. Calista was now moving to London to live with her wealthy aunt. She was already in her 5th year at the New York Wizarding Institute when her father thought it would be better she went to London. She was also transferring schools, tragic as it may have seemed. Calista couldn't stand leaving her friends that she had known since her first year at school. Let's just hope they have a lot of space on the truck, shall we? Muttered Calista to herself as 3 tall and burly men came into her room. After about a half an hour of moving things, she walked once again into her empty room. The window, which was now closed, had once been an escape for her into the real world, where being a witch never mattered to anyone. And no one had to know about it. Going to London is gonna change me, but I don't know how, she thought, as she slowly closed the door to her once funky bedroom. Once down in the foyer, grabbed her coat and stepped through the door, possibly to never see that house again. It was because her father was so uptight about people finding out about his daughter that they decided to use the Muggle way of travel. With her owl Petrie in her lap, and her father and Lena on the other side in the stretch limo, she left the mansion that had been her home for 15 years. She couldn't stand it. No matter how happy she was that she would soon be seeing her auntie, who was a witch herself, she would miss everything about New York. It was as if her heart was being shredded into tiny pieces. As a tear slowly rolled down her face, her father became agitated. "Car, you are either happy that you are going, or you won't go and live with your aunt," he said, with an edge to his tone. Her father, being a high aristocrat in New York, was very pushy, and very agitated all the time. It was almost hard to please him, and Calista never could, it seemed. "Oh, I'm happy, it's just kinda sad," Calista whimpered. She knew that her father had no pity for her, but at that moment, she didn't care. She knew her father never pitied her, even if he did love her. Being raised as a Muggle since she was born didn't help her when she went to NYWI. Everyone didn't think she had it in her, and she almost believed them, until she got the highest marks in the whole school. Soon, Calista was in the plane, and 10 hours later, was at the airport in London. Once she left the gate, she saw a sign high over the heads of the crowd, "Calista. We're waiting." Calista's face lit up at once, as she struggled through the crowd. She met with her aunt, who was a plump, tall woman with a kind face, and her uncle, who was shorter and skinnier. They were her mother's brother and sister. Both had their children next to them, along with their spouses. Calista's cousins were all younger than her, not quite the age to begin attending Hogwarts, her new school. "Oh, look, Jeremy. She is so tall. And look at her hair. Blonde, like her mother," shrieked her aunt. Tears now streaming down her round face. Her uncle was also beaming, as her cousins looked up at her very confused. "Hello Auntie, hi Uncle Jeremy," beamed Calista, after getting 4 large hugs. "You are so beautiful. I wish your father told us we had an angel in the family," murmured Auntie. Calista couldn't help but blush. After all the hellos and welcomes, they picked up her luggage and threw it in the back of 2 awaiting taxi cabs. I never could understand how muggles travel like this, whispered her uncle. Carista stifled a laugh as they headed back to their old farmhouse in the outskirts of suburban London. Harry woke up a little later than he probably should have that morning. He knew he would be in serious trouble. However, he had a very good dream about a beautiful girl who came to London. It was one that left him smiling in the morning. Quickly glancing at his clock, which helplessly read 9 a.m., he threw off his sheets and started to dress. Quickly running down the stairs, he stopped dead outside the living room, his ear becoming a microphone inside his head. So, you are a drill salesman, Mr. Dursley, a voice spoke, sort of triumphantly. Yeah, Uncle Vernon snapped. Would you like us to wake up Harry for you so you can leave? I guess so, said the voice. Harry, come down here Uncle Vernon stopped short as Harry rounded into the room. I'm right here, Harry said enthusiastically, as he realized whose voice it was. Sitting on the couch in front of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were Molly and Arthur Weasley, who were positively beaming at the sight of him. Hi, Harry yelped as Mrs. Weasley gave him a big hug. Mr. Weasley shook his hand. Tell me, Harry, are you ready to go? Asked Mr. Weasley, glancing quickly at the Dursleys, who were wearing tight-lipped smiles and wringing their hands. Yes, of course, let me grab my stuff. Harry jumped the stairs and flung himself into his room. He started grabbing his clothing and putting it in his trunk. He then grabbed at all his presents and stuffed them inside his cauldron. He then ran around the room making sure he had everything. He then chet up Hedwig in her cage and started pulling it all downstairs. I think this is all of it, said Harry, swinging his unusually light trunk into the living room. Well then, I guess we'll be off, spoke Mr. Weasley shortly, seeing the disapproving looks on the Dursleys' faces. See you next summer, Harry said jovially as the Weasleys helped Harry with his trunk. Once outside, Harry noticed something strange. He knew that the Weasleys must have apparated to the Dursleys' door, yet how were they to get Harry home? Mr. Weasley stopped at the corner and took out his wand and held it in front of himself. Immediately, Harry knew that he was summoning the night bus. Off in the distance, Harry could hear a loud banging and scraping noise. He stood frozen with fear, remembering the last time the night bus had come. And it had almost run him over. Suddenly, at the end of the street, a large, purple double-decker bus was roaring towards them. Arthur, Molly and Harry jumped away from the street just in time, as the bus was now on the sidewalk. Hello there, said an all-too-familiar voice. Welcome to the night bus, can I help you with your trun Neville? Hi there, shouted Stan Shunpike, the conductor of the bus. Haven't seen ya in ages. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stifled a laugh as Stan grabbed Harry into a giant bear hug. Oye, how did things go with the minister last time? He whimpered. Gee great, thanks, Harry sputtered, as Stan was now proceeding upon crushing Harry's ribcage. Well then, geez, wastin' time. Let's get goin', haven't got all day. Stan griped. As soon as Harry's trunk was on board, he handed over his money and sat down on a bed. Arthur and Molly both sat on one right next to them. Avenue to get someone. I'll be back, muttered Stan, as he galloped up the spiraling staircase. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were sitting quite comfortably gazing at Harry strangely. How are you both? He asked, not sure why they were looking at him so weirdly. Mrs. Weasley chuckled. Fine dear, and yourself? I'm great. What is going on? Harry gulped, not sure why they were still staring at him. It's Percy, said Mr. Weasley, his announcement. What is it? He asked, now wanting to know this more than anything. Well, that's just it, Harry, said Mr. Weasley, we can't tell you until tonight, when Percy announces it. They both started to chuckle again. Harry was getting confused. Could he have been promoted? Could he be in trouble? Or, and this thought was the most far-fetched, could he be getting married? Arthur and Molly realized that they should just let Harry think about it. While they kept laughing, Stan, unfortunately, never came back down, which was a shame because Harry wanted to say goodbye to him. He heaved his trunk out of the bus, and grabbed Hedwig's cage. Arthur then picked up Harry's trunk and started moving towards the house. Molly patted Harry's back, and they moved inside. Already sitting at the scrubbed wooden table was the Weasley children. Ginny, Ron, Fred, George and Hermione were sitting around the table, waiting for Harry. "All right there, Harry?" asked Fred and George, both giving Harry an extremely large hug. Ginny, turning a very bright shade of red, hid her face in her hands and started giggling. Hermione ran and gave Harry a hug, while Ron just gave him a high five. "Whatcha been up to?" Ron grinned. "Nothing. Hey, why are your parents so giddy?" Harry questioned, as he now saw them laughing in the kitchen by the fire. "It's about Percy, we know that, yet they won't tell us," Ron said loudly, grabbing his parents' attention and making them laugh harder. "They've been so happy ever since Percy came home and told them the news. It better be good, otherwise I might die of boredom." Later that night, after the tables had been set, they all sat down for one of the most delicious dinners they had ever had at the Weasley home. Ron anticipated that it was all a joke and was furious with his parents, who kept taking sidelong glances at Percy, who also was turning pink and for once was smiling. Once dessert had been served, Percy stood up and banged his fork against the glass. "Now, 3 announcements will be made," Percy said pompously. "Hermione, if you would please." Now Hermione stood up. She was trembling with excitement, and was grinning from ear to ear. Okay, the first announcement isn't too big of a deal, but all the same. I have been made a prefect." At these words, Harry whooped and Ron whistled while the rest of the Weasleys clapped loudly. Fred and George were catcalling. She then raised her hand to silence them. "Some of you may have heard of this, but I have received a special award for academic achievement from the Ministry of Magic." At this, all the Weasleys gasped, and Molly spoke. "Hermione, that is a very big honor." Hermione blushed furiously, then sat down. They all started clapping and whooping. Then, Percy stood up, cleared his throat, then began. "Now, you all know that I was Junior Minister of Crime Defense, right?" he said casually, as he flecked a speck of dust off his sleeve. "Well, I have been promoted," Percy said, a contemptuous grin spreading his mouth, "to Senior Minister. I take over when the minister is ill and such," he added, the grin turning into a smile. "But that is not all," added Percy, and suddenly, his parents' faces went numb. They hadn't known about the next part for sure. "I am getting married." Ms. Weasley screamed, and Mr. Weasley froze with a look of disbelief on his face. Fred and George started sniggering uncontrollably while Ron, Harry and Hermione gasped. Ginny just stared. "Don't be happy, will you?" said Percy, still smirking and pink. Everyone was just too shocked to say anything. Then, Hermione asked, "To who?" At this, Percy seemed to come alive. And finally, in a small voice, "Penelope Clearwater." The initial shock of Percy's secret seemed to radiate all over the house. Everyone seemed to be in a good mood. Even Percy had a rather obvious spring in his step. But now, with the wedding being a long ways away, they were all focusing on Hogwarts, which Harry, happy as he was at the Burrow, couldn't wait to see the castle again. "Diagon Alley today," Mrs. Weasley shouted up the stairs, as Fred and George slid the banister down to the kitchen. It would be their last year at Hogwarts, therefore, they were excited. "Eat up. We have a lot to do today." "Good morning, Harry dear," Hermione, Mrs. Weasley murmured, as she cracked eggs into a pan, as Fred and George had already eaten half the table. Once finished, they all went up the stairs to change. Harry, who was still admiring the bright oranginess of Ron's room, remembered the dream he had the night before of the girl. He then realized he had another dream that night of the same girl. "Ron, I keep having this strange dream," Harry said, looking at Ron to make sure he was listening. "It was kinda strange, because she was beautiful and, shish. He was supposed to start going to Hogwarts this year." At this, Ron looked up. He had a quizzical look on his face as though he was trying to think of what Harry was saying. There had been transfers out of Hogwarts before. Yet never an incoming, unless they were in their first year. "What grade is she?" asked Ron, still pondering what Harry was thinking. "Our grade," he said slowly, trying to remember the whole dream. "Interesting," he murmured. "Hey, we gotta go, Harry." They sprinted down the stairs in enough time to catch Mrs. Weasley before she left. "I don't know about you two," she muttered, handing them the jar of flow powder. Harry then stepped into the fire and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Diagon Alley. Car, wake up, we have to go get your school things today," murmured her aunt. as she opened the shades in Carista's room. It was but a week ago that she had come to London, and she had so much fun with her family that she was anticipating on seeing some of the many wizarding places. I'm up, she said groggily, as she headed for the bathroom. Diagon Alley today, you'll love it. It isn't like any of those wizard malls in New York. Sure, she gaped as a yawn covered her. I'll be ready in a few minutes. After her shower, and getting dressed, she headed down the windy stairs into her aunt's kitchen, where breakfast was served. Hurry up, we'll be leaving in a few minutes. Her aunt shouted to her cousins and Carista. Flow powder, you all know what to do. Carista took a pinch of the powder, walked over to the fire, and threw it in. Diagon Alley, she yelled, and the room began to spin. She opened her eyes a pinch, trying to see where she was going. The soot, which was now so thick that she couldn't breathe, kept getting darker until suddenly she was thrown out into the foyer of a tiny pub. Welcome to the Leaky Cauldron, murmured a friendly voice above her head. The man, who was short and toothless, helped her to her feet and offered her a brush. Thank you. Would you please point me in the direction of Diagon Alley? Asked Carista, who stepped out of the way for her aunt and cousins to come through. Just through that door, your aunt should know where it is, said the man. Thanks again, she muttered, as they all walked out into a dingy courtyard. Her aunt was busy taping her wand on a brick where suddenly an archway appeared. The archway led onto a very crooked street with shops everywhere. Off in the distance, she could see the famous wizarding bank Gringotts. She had heard of it, but never seen it. Off to get you some money, Carista, her aunt said, grabbing her wrist and pulling her. Carista enjoyed looking at all the shops. Little trinkets outside a junk shop were whirling with people tossing little nuts at them. Soon, her aunt had come out of Gringotts in a wild cart ride with a large sack of money. Here you are, dear. Now, here is your school list. Everything you need is there. Spend wisely, dear. Her aunt spoke in a dignified sort of way. Oh, and by the way, we'll meet in the Leaky Cauldron in about 2 hours. That should give you enough time to investigate. Thanks, Auntie. Don't mention it, dearie. Carista took off up the street where they had just come. She had used her mother's wand, which wasn't really that good anymore. Better get my robes first then, thought Carista, glimpsing a show. Entitled Madame Malakin's Robes for All Occasions. She stepped inside the shop to hear the tinkling of a bell. Hogwarts, dear, said a short woman in blue robes. Yes, I am new to the school, said Carista shakily. She didn't need to wear robes in her old school, therefore she didn't know what these would look like. Back here, another boy is getting fitted for Hogwarts also. Harry looked int. Oh, his reflection in the mirror as his heart skipped a beat. That is the girl in my dreams. Harry thought to himself, growing increasingly sweaty. He couldn't help staring at her. Her eyes almost violet and long blonde hair. She was maybe 2 inches shorter than him, and had a soft yet strong voice. He couldn't help but think he should talk to her, but what would he say? Hi there, said the girl. She looked just as nervous as Harry felt. Hi, Hogwarts also, he said, his voice cracking slightly. Yeah, this is going to be my first year here. You. My 5th. You don't look like a first year though, said Harry, hoping she would say what he thought she would say. I am going to be starting in the 5th year. I am a transfer, she said half-heartedly. She couldn't help but think of her friends in New York. Harry's heart skipped a beat again. She was in her 5th year. She could be in Gryffindor. So, where are you transferring from? Asked Harry, not helping sounding excited. New York Wizarding Institute, she stated blankly. She felt bad sounding completely uninterested in him at the moment. She looked into his eyes, then noticed the scar on his head. Harry Potter, she yelped, the Harry Potter. Wow, it is nice to meet you. My name is Carista Flanagan. Harry, at first taken aback, was now blushing furiously. He was used to people being shocked by meeting him, but the embarrassment was heightened now that he had a crush on someone he had just met. Nice to meet you too. Carista now took into full who she was looking at. He was at least a few inches taller than she was, and kinda handsome. His eyes, she murmured to herself, what pretty eyes. Harry, come on, we aren't finished yet. Ron and Hermione were holding onto their cloaks and robes and waiting outside. Hey, are you here with anyone? Harry asked, not noticing he didn't have the robe on anymore. My aunt, but she is shopping with my cousins, Calista said flatly. Want to come and meet my friends? Sure. Let's go. Calista, now through with her pinning, grabbed the packages and went outside with Harry. You guys, this is Calista Flanagan, she just transferred here from New York. Boasted Harry, not helping grinning. Calista, this is Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, they are 5th years also. Hi there, Calista murmured, still in awe of meeting Harry. They headed all around Diagon Alley, tacky ing in the shops and basically getting to know Calista, as even Ron, in a hoarse whisper to Harry, couldn't deny she was beautiful. She is the girl in my dream, Ron, muttered Harry, as they put a considerable distance away from Calista and Hermione, who were looking at Candy. What? The exact same girl, grinned Ron. Yep. Soon, they were all making their way up to the leaky cauldron. Their arms were full and tired. Including Calista, who needed to buy more than Harry, Ron and Hermione. Once in the dark pub, Ron introduced Calista to his parents. This is Calista Flanagan. She transferred to Hogwarts from New York, isn't that cool? Ron added, a note of excitement in his voice that Hermione frowned at. Yes, that is interesting, muttered Mrs. Weasley, as she had picked up another one of Fred and George's trick wand. Oh dear, I am afraid I must be off. We are leaving. It was nice meeting you all today, said Calista, a wild smile on her face. We will be seeing each other on the Hogwarts Express. I should hope so, Harry said, a slight crack once again in his voice. Calista gave Harry, Ron and Hermione one last smile, then turned and threw some flow powder that her aunt had just handed her into the fire. Harry could feel his heart still skipping a beat. He knew that something would happen this year, and he hoped it would be good. Harry, come on, wake up. We're gonna be late if you don't get up. Ron whispered harshly into Harry's ear. He rolled over and snatched up his glasses of the nightstand. 7 a.m. The clock read in bright orange numbers. He couldn't wait. Today was September 1st, and of course, it meant he would be returning to Hogwarts. Slowly, Harry stretched and let out a soft moan. He had had another dream about Calista. She showed up in a gold dress. Robe at Christmas and was positively glowing with pride as they walked together into the Great Hall. Not realizing he was smiling, Ron started sniggering. What are you laughing at, Ron? Harry said, not able to control the humor in his voice. Oh, nothing, just caught you thinking about your new girlfriend, huh Harry? Ron sniggered as he started packing the rest of his things. Harry thought, maybe he should start packing also when Hermione entered the room. Ron, could I talk to you in private? She murmured, not wanting to wake up anyone else. Sure, Ron said quickly. Ron and Hermione had been doing that a lot lately. He didn't know why, as they positively refused to tell Harry. All he knew is that when they came back, they were both blushing furiously, and when Harry asked what was wrong, they both laughed giddily. Much like Mr. and Mrs. Weasley before Harry had found out what was so funny. Harry gathered up his books and shoved them in the bottom of his trunk, making sure no tea to smash the unbreakable crystal ball. Ron and Hermione returned, both with smiles on their faces. I should really go and pack, Hermione said, stuttering and turning pink. What has been going on with you two? Harry asked quizzically, making sure he looked as menacingly as he could so that Ron would have to answer. I don't think you wanna know, Ron muttered, flushing a bright red. Harry knew it was something quite important. Tell me, Ron. I won't embarrass you, Harry breathed. He couldn't believe his two best friends weren't telling him anything. Well, first I'd have to ask Hermione if it's okay. Harry shook his head and kept packing. Whatever it was, it better have been important. Calista unloaded her trunk into the back of the limo her father had rented for them. He was just visiting to see her off to the train, yet it was still a big production. Everything was becoming more tense than it probably should have been, not to mention the fact that she was starting over. Once again he started yelling at the driver. Can't you see that my daughter needs help unloading her stuff? What did they pay you to do? Sit around. Not on my clock, he bellowed, making heads turn. Dad, please, calm down. It's no big deal, Calista said, raising her eyebrows so that her father could see that she was serious. He slammed the trunk shut and started to head inside. You'd ear that sometimes he doesn't care, she said to herself as she glared straight into his back, hoping this would somehow help. The driver wheeled the trolley inside the station, turned and left towards the limo. She then began to push the trolley towards the barrier, her father and aunt behind her. Before them appeared a scarlet steam engine. The platform had a few families on it, yet she knew she had at least 30 minutes till the train actually left the station. She strolled down the train and found a compartment in the middle, which looked fairly promising. After unloading her trunk from the trolley, she kissed her father and aunt goodbye. "Now dear, have a good term. We'll keep you posted on what's happening, okay?" Her aunt whimpered, holding her hanky up to her eyes. "Goodbye dear." Calista wanted to give her father a hug, but he was already leaving the barrier. She looked down into her lap, tears silently rolling down her lap. "Cheer up, term will be great, you've already met some friends," she muttered to herself as she opened her trunk and pulled out the box of candy she had bought in Diagon Alley. Carefully unwrapping a chocolate frog, she knew that everything would be okay. Suddenly, she heard a banging on the door of her compartment. Outside stood a short and scrawny boy, with pale blonde hair and a pointed nose. "That Harry Potter fool won't know what hit him this year," the voice drawled. "He thinks that he is the best seeker in the world, I'll show him." The boy was surrounded by two of the biggest possible fifth years she had met so far. They were laughing sardonically at the boy's accusations, cracking their knuckles and entering a compartment across from hers. "Hopefully I won't be in the same house as them," she smirked, pushing the rest of her candy away. Without warning, the boy with the pale hair and cold eyes stopped outside her door, and without knocking opened it. "You new here?" the voice said, sagging under the weight of its own laziness. "Yes, I am." Calista didn't even look up. "Hopefully if I don't look at him, he won't be interested." "Where you from?" the voice said, taking a seat in front of her. "New York." "Wow, really? Never been there," the boy answered, not showing any interest at all. Said Calista. "Please go away," she said to herself. "Well, why would a pretty little thing like yourself be sitting all alone? Why not join myself and my friends in our compartment?" the boy asked slightly enthusiastically. It was quite obviously to Calista that he liked her. "Why would I want to sit with someone who I don't even know?" Calista muttered, looking the boy straight in the eyes. "Oh, pardon me, I am so rude. Draco Malfoy. This here is Crabbe and the other one is Goyle. We're Slytherins," Draco said, with a bit of a sneer. "And you might be Calista Flanagan. Quote, pretty name. Irish. Are you a pure blood?" Draco seemed to be asking a lot of personal questions, she thought to herself. "Yes, half-blood, and no, I still WOU. LD not like to sit with you and your friends." "Whoa, easy there. I can see you are a little nervous. I'll tell ya what, you stay here, and when the nerves have calmed come join us." "Till later, Draco," slung casually as he waltzed out of the compartment. As soon as Draco left, Calista put her hands around her throat and began trying to gag herself. "Calista! Calista!" Hermione was yelling from the other end of the platform. "Hi Calista." Quote, "Hermione. Thank God, someone I know," she said with pure relief. "You want to move your stuff down to the end of the train with us? Please. I am afraid I have already started meeting bad people here," Calista said uneasily as she slid her trunk out of the compartment. "What do you mean? We never get in trouble. I mean, we never get caught." Hermione started rambling when Calista cut her off. No, not that kind of trouble. I met this guy named Draco and his two bodyguards. They were hitting on me," Calista said, trying to hold her giggle inside. "Are you serious?" Hermione was laughing. "Watch out for them. They wouldn't know what's good for them even if it danced naked in front of their noses." Calista and Hermione were both laughing when the Y reached the compartment down at the end of the train where Harry and Ron were already heaving their trunks inside. "Hi there," Calista said spiritedly. "Hi." Harry and Ron gagged at the same time, till trying to heave Harry's trunk into the compartment. Harry turned to look and see that Calista looked very nice. It was much unlike the clothing he was used to seeing, because it came from New York and was American. A completely different style. "Guess who she met at the middle of the train?" Hermione asked triumphantly. "Draco Malfoy, and he was hitting on her." Harry dropped his trunk on his toe when he heard this. Suddenly, his face was burning red with anger, and pain was shooting through his leg. "We're going to go see Mrs. Weasley before we leave, okay?" Hermione said as Carista and she jogged off towards the middle of the platform. Harry, it's not worth getting your socks in a knot, Ron said, grinning broadly. She said Malfoy was trying to hit on her, that means it didn't work. Harry couldn't help thinking about her. It was strange, the way she kept popping into his mind all the time. If Harry didn't know better, he would say he was in love, but that was a strong word. He therefore had resided to calling it a major crush, even bigger than the one he had on Cho Chang. Harry and Ron hopped out of the compartment and dashed over to Mrs. Weasley, who was handing out sandwiches. She then kissed and hugged Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred and George. Then she stopped at Carista, with a warm smile on her face and gave her a hug. Watch out for them, she murmured. With a last smile, they all boarded the train and headed off for Hogwarts. Harry sat reading the instructions to his gobstones set. He already knew how to play marbles, but had decided that it was better safe than sorry. Ron sat, waiting mercilessly with his gobstones set, which had belonged to Fred and George. They were just on loan, after all. Carista and Hermione were reading the Daily Prophet that Hermione had brought with her. Okay, I think I got it, Harry said, after 15 minutes of reading the 40-page booklet. Thank you. I thought my stones were just gonna roll on back into the bag. Harry and Ron then started playing. It was a very messy game. Hermione had to put a charm on Harry's glasses to keep the liquid from ruining them. He kept on getting squirted till finally, he gave up. I think that we should play chess right now, because I don't think the train ride is long enough for me to learn how to play, moaned Harry, still trying to wipe the nasty-smelling liquid out of his shirt. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see the lunch cart coming through the corridor. Lunchtime, Harry said, sidling his way to the door. After purchasing enough goodies to last them for a week, they sat down and looked out into the afternoon sun, which was casting an eerie glow over the wheat that was swaying in the fields outside. Then, in the corridor, Malfoy appeared, along with Crabbe and Goyle. Well, if it isn't Potter and Weasley and the Malfoy stopped, looking at the far end of the cabin, a look of surprise dawning on his face. Carista, I am surprised to see you here. Why would that be, Draco, she muttered, peeling a wrapper off the chocolate frog. Well, they are a little substandard. I think you might have found the wrong end of the train, that's all. Oh well, a little too late for me to move now, isn't it? Carista said, looking up into Malfoy's cold eyes. Guess so, Malfoy drawled, as he left the compartment without another word. Harry, Ron and Hermione looked at each other. I think that is the first time in the 4 years that Harry and I have taken the train to school that he has just left us here without more words, Ron gasped, awestruck. You would almost think that he was scared of us now, Harry said, with the same astonished look on his face. Then, they all started laughing as Ron pulled out his exploding snap cards. Hey, Ron, Hermione, are you going to tell me what's going on between you? Harry asked, knowing he had better get the answer. Yeah, I guess. Hermione, do the honors. Ron asked, with a surprised yet happy face. Ron and I are dating, Hermione said, blushing furiously, then looking at Ron for support. Nothing could have prepared Harry for what he just heard. He couldn't comprehend this. Then, he looked up, and saw that Carista had almost the same face on her. That is a little weird, just a little, Harry whispered to Carista, who nodded. Well, what do you think, Harry? Hermione urged, leaning in closer to Ron. There was a long pause and finally, Harry answered, I'm happy for you guys. For the rest of the trip, they enjoyed a long game of exploding snap, when finally, Ron made the deck explode. Once again singeing off his eyebrows. Hermione laughed and Ron wrapped his arm around her. I think we are going to have fun this year, with or without you-know-who back, Ron murmured. Ari couldn't help but glance at Carista, who was grinning at Harry. Harry couldn't have made a better prediction himself. Carista Flanagan. A sharp voice bellowed, piercing the platform. A tall wit, with scarlet robes and a tight-lipped expression on her face walked along the deck amongst the nodding heads of students. Here, Carista yelped, upon having her foot nearly crushed by another student. The tall witch made her way towards Carista, and held out her hand. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and Head of Gryffindor House. You will be participating in the sorting ceremony. Please follow Hagrid in the first years. Harry looked down the platform and waved at Hagrid, the only half-giant in Hogwarts. Hagrid waved back as Ron and Hermione said hi. "See you guys in the Great Hall, then," Carista muttered. Not pleased to be hanging around a couple of first years. She followed the line of first years down a steep, rocky slope towards an inky glass lake. A few clouds very high up, but other than that, she could see the beautiful castle perched high upon a hill. The towers covered the moon, making it look like a castle straight out of a book. Docked near the shore were dozens of little boats. "All right, everyone. Get in groups of 4 so that we can get started," Hagrid boomed. "You there, you're the new 5th year, right?" Yes I am," Carista shouted shakily. A small breeze was starting to pick up from the east, making Carista shiver. She had left her cloak in the trunk, which was a very bad mistake. She climbed into a boat with 2 pleasant-looking boys in IRL who looked like her face had been smashed in and they were off. Carista couldn't help it. She placed 2 fingers into the icy water. It was so peaceful, including since she didn't have to talk. Shish. He looked at the boys and girl and noticed they were particularly green. One of the boys managed a weak smile. "Why are you so nervous?" She shivered. The sorting sea ceremony," a boy replied weakly. "It won't be so bad," Carista said with a bright smile on her face. The boys managed to look better after Carista reassured them that nothing bad would happen. "Duck your heads unless you want 'em full, oh Ivy," Hagrid boomed, making many first years shake. Carista ducked her head in time to see a large wall of ivy pass seamlessly over them all. They were now drifting through a large tunnel when they saw a gravelly beach ahead, marked by large oak doors. Hagrid stepped out of the boat motioning for the first years to do the same. He knocked 3 times on the brass knocker, and waited. Suddenly, the door creaked open and the same severe-looking witch was standing there, waiting to take them inside. "Do you see her?" Harry asked, standing on his chair to get a better look. "Yeah, she's in the back leading Hagrid." Ron quivered as he almost fell off his chair. They sat back down and waited, as Harry wanted to listen to the sorting hat. Professor McGonagall disappeared and came back with a 4-legged stool and the frayed sorting hat. He could vividly remember trying the hat on himself. It almost put him into Slytherin, but with quick thinking on Harry's part, it had sorted him into Gryffindor. A sudden hush came upon the Great Hall as the brim of the hat opened, and it spoke. "Oh, I may be ugly, but wait and see. I'm smarter than the smartest hat. And clever as a bee. Many years ago, came the Hogwarts 4, wanting to build a school. And put an emblem on the door. Godric Gryffindor. Placed a picture of a lion. To symbolize bravery and courage, which he prized most in his students. Helena Hufflepuff. Placed a picture of a badger. To symbolize hard working and friendship. Rowena Ravenclaw. Placed a picture of a raven. To symbolize strength and voracity. Salazar Slytherin. Placed a serpent. To symbolize power and trust. Now these Hogwarts 4, knowing that they couldn't live forever, need a plan. Godric snatched me off his head. And gave me his hand. For in me he placed his thoughts on magical students. And so did the rest. So put me on and see if you can pass my magical test." At this, the Great Hall broke into a loud applause. "Ruddy brilliant," Fred and George bellowed, practically screaming. The first years, however, were very pale. Carista, now knowing she wouldn't have to do anything embarrassing, was quite at ease. Professor McGonagall unrolled a piece of parchment, and began to read names. Carista watched as one by one, the students put on the hat, and it shouted the name of a house. When the last first year went up to the stool and became a Hufflepuff, McGonagall looked up from the parchment. "We have a new 5th year by the name of Carista Flanagan," Professor McGonagall spoke with a quiver. "If you please, Carista." She couldn't help but notice that all eyes were on her. He walked over to the stool and set the hat upon her head. Almost immediately, a tiny voice spoke into her head. "Ah, yes, I see now. Your mother was in Gryffindor, and so was one of your uncles and aunt." Carista froze. "I only have one uncle," Carista said to herself, not knowing the hat could hear this. "Ah, but you do. He was in Slytherin. It's all here. You have many qualities of Slytherin. A quick temper, bravery. And you value trust and courage. That makes it tough." Carista knew the hat was wrong. She only had one uncle, at least that is what her aunt told her. But why was the hat saying this? "You are a toughie. About 5 years ago, I had Harry Potter. Dear me, he was tough, but this is uncanny. Calista couldn't help but think that this was all a joke. Put me in Gryffindor, Calista thought with all her might. You are a powerful witch, Calista, very powerful. I will put you in Gryffindor, since you want that, and after all, it is the witch or wizard who chooses their fate. Calista let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, she thought. Gryffindor, the hat shouted, and one side of the great hall was clapping loudly. Calista was blushing furiously as she sat down next to Hermione. Harry couldn't help but look at the Slytherin table and noticed that Malfoy looked abashed. That must be a record. 3 minutes it took to sort you, Ron laughed heartily. What was it saying to you? Calista thought for a minute. Surely they wouldn't want to hear about what the hat had said. Nothing, I almost went and flung it off my head, Calista giggled. Harry, Ron and Hermione seemed to believe her. Although Calista couldn't help thinking about her missing uncle. Who was he? How come Auntie never mentioned him? Did she even know about him? The feast passed in a flurry. Harry looked up at the staff table to see that Snape wasn't there. Ron, notice anything strange about the staff table? He said quizzically. Not only Snape was missing, but also the defense against the dark arts teacher position was still empty. Yeah, I think this is probably the emptiness the table has been in a while, Ron said thickly, as he had just stuffed the pie into his mouth. Once in the tower, Harry flopped on his familiar bed. He flicked off his shoes, then fumbled around for his pajamas. He noticed that everyone else had already collapsed on their bed asleep. Once he had buttoned his top, he kicked back the covers and fell asleep. Master, the potion is ready, a sharp voice pierced the night. He remembered the voice as being that of Wormtail. Good Wormtail, good, Voldemort said with his high, cold laugh. When shall we give it to him? Let me think. My lord, we should give it to him immediately to prevent any further damage. I know that, you blithering idiot. Let me think first, Voldemort said lazily. Harry Potter won't know what to think, will he, master? Wormtail said, a trace of laughter in his voice. Wormtail, quit being so careless. We mustn't waste time. It is a valuable potion, muttered Voldemort. Harry woke with a start. Voldemort seemed so close. His scar had a numbing pain. He was now trying to remember the dream, only recalling a potion in his name. What was Voldemort up to? Numbers on his clock revealed it was 4 a.m. It won't be long, Harry muttered. He rolled over in his bed and fell back asleep, not remembering the dream which had woken him in the first place. The next morning, Harry meandered down to the Gryffindor common room, to find it full of smoke and stars. Thought we would spread around a little end of holidays cheer, guffawed George's Fr. Ed was rolling with laughter on the floor. Harry couldn't help but crack a smile. Ron came wandering down out the dormitory, ruffling his hair and yawning. Mornin', he yawned, scratching his stomach. Lookin' a bit like Dad, aren't we? Asked Fred, still on the floor, but sitting up. Oh, shut up, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, Ron muttered, heading towards the portrait. George then ran up to catch his brother. He had something in his hand, which oddly enough looked like a slip of parchment with a piece of spello tape. Sorry, Ron, did we ever tell you that you are our favorite brother? Fred asked, with a sharp face on. Mimicking his brother. It was all too obvious they were up to something. Gee, thanks guys, Ron said, a smile on his face. He had fallen for it. George then clapped his back rather hard. See ya at breakfast, Fred and George said, winking at Harry and running up to their room. They really have changed, Ron said, looking impressed. They aren't doing so much bad stuff this year. I wouldn't count on that, Ron. After all, we just got here yesterday. They have 10 months to humiliate people. Harry looked at Ron's back, which had a sign that said transfigure me. Har. Ry ripped the piece of parchment of his back and showed it to him. Damn it, the stupid prats, he yelled, kicking the piece of armor that was laughing heartily at him. It's their last year here. Think they are trying to go out with a bang, Harry said, as they entered the packed Great Hall. Ron and Harry sat down across from Calista and Hermione, who looked like they had been up all night. Late night, where ya been? In Hogsmeade or something? Ron said, grabbing a piece of toast. Hermione managed a sharp look, imitating Professor McGonagall. Professor Snape was at the staff table, and much to Snape's dismay. Lupin, Harry said, grabbing Ron's arm rather hard and pointing up at the tired and withered professor. Ron dropped his toast, as Hermione, Ron and Harry sat waving furiously at him. "Who is Professor Lupin?" asked Calista, looking up at the professor quizzically. "Oh, he was here in our third year. He was a friend of my parents and of," Harry stopped. He wasn't sure whether or not he should tell her about Sirius. "Of who?" Calista asked, staring Harry down. "Sorry, I just got a little carried away. He knew my parents when they were at Hogwarts." "Oh," Calista said with a weak smile. Soon the Morning Owl post came flocking in. Calista stared up at it amazed, soon chuckling as a little owl came fluttering down in front of her. Immediately she took the letter from it, Mew. RMU read, "Thank you Petrie," and fed it some bread. She then slit the note open. "Hello Calista. I hope the train ride was good. I am sorry we left you there so early, your father wanted to leave. Anyways, what house are you in? I hope it was Gryffindor, your mother would be so proud. We are all proud of you dear, even if your father doesn't show it. I will be sending you a care package to you soon to share with your friends. Also, you forgot your broom and guitar here, we'll be sending those too. Right back soon, Auntie and Uncle." Calista smiled at the letter, then tucked it into her pocket. Gain started on her porridge when she noticed another owl sitting in front of Harry. Harry was reading a letter with a particularly smug smile on his face. "Who's it from?" she asked, immediately realizing that it was a personal question. Harry looked up from the letter, a look of apprehensiveness on his face. "Sorry, that's a rather personal question," Calista stammered, another weak smile on her face. "It's all right. I'll tell you later, when there aren't as many people around." Okay. Soon enough, Professor McGonagall came around with their schedules. "Flanagan, if you should need help catching up." "No, it won't be necessary, I think I can manage on my own," she mumbled. "Oh, all right," she said, looking slightly impressed. She glanced down at her schedule, then at Hermione's. "They are practically the same. Except I have divination instead of arithmancy," Calista said surprisingly. "Of course," Hermione said, then realizing why Calista had said that. "All the same years in the houses have classes together. And a double class is where you have the class with another house." "Oh," Calista said, understanding perfectly. "They gave us weird schedules, much like Muggle schools do." Hermione nodded her understanding. "Oh man. Double potions with the Slytherins first," Ron said, nearly slamming his fist into the bowl of porridge. "Darn. Looks like you get to meet Snape sooner than expected," Harry said sarcastically, glaring up at the real Snape. "He probably isn't that bad," Calista said, meeting shocked stares from half the Gryffindors. "Well, I haven't met him yet, therefore. I am not going to hate him immediately." "You hated Malfoy immediately," Hermione clucked. "Well, that one is obvious, including because he was disturbing me while I was eating my chocolate frogs, which is a big mistake." Calista said laughing. "Well, let's make a bet and see how long it takes her to say that she loathes Snape," Ron said. "I bet one piece of toast." "He's late," Harry muttered, pulling his robes closer to his body as they waited in the dungeons. A cold mist was forming around the fifth-year Gryffindors, as they were the first ones there. Off in the distance, they could unmistakably make out Malfoy, along with his now girlfriend Pansy, followed closely by Crabbe and Goyle. They were all laughing at the freezing Gryffindors, when Malfoy froze. His eyes softened at the sight of Calista. Even if she wasn't looking at him, she was too busy trying to keep the blood flow from stopping. "Hello Calista," Draco said, lazy enough to sound backwards. "Fancy seeing you here." Calista looked up at Malfoy in puzzlement. "Why wouldn't I be here?" Malfoy, suddenly realizing how stupid his question was, muttered an apology, then went back to taunting Harry and Ron, who were standing clenched fist by the door. "So Weasel, has your father been fired yet?" he sneered, Crabbe and Goyle laughing stupidly behind him. The rest of the Slytherins were smiling mischievously. "Has your father been caught yet?" Ron shot at Malfoy, whose face suddenly turned to pure venom. "I'd watch what you say around me Weasel. You forget," Malfoy started coldly, yet stopped at the piercing look Calista had been giving him. "Go on Malfoy. I want to hear this," Calista said, a playful smile on her face. Malfoy froze, then stopped talking altogether. Harry had looked into Calista's face. Ian could have sworn he had seen that look in her eyes somewhere else, not in a dream, but only a few months before. Soon a swish of cloak behind them signaled that Snape was closing in. "Not fighting, I suppose," Snape said, letting the words slide off his tongue. 5 points from Gryffindor, don't let it happen again. Now, inside. They all walked into the dungeons, dragging their cauldrons and backpacks behind them. Callista sat down beside Hermione, while Ron and Harry sat across from them. They swiveled in their chairs to look up at the black board, which had the name of their first lesson. Sleeping potions and their antidotes. Now class, today we will be making sleeping potions and antidotes. You will be making the sleeping potion today. As this one is fairly quick to make, I will be testing you today as well. I will randomly select only one of you to do the antidote, which is extremely complex, as this particular potion has only one. You may begin by opening your books to page 43 to find the ingredients. Flanagan, Snape said, slowly raising his hand towards Callista. You will make the antidote on page 59. Everyone looked around at Callista. To their surprise, she had another smile on her face. Yes sir, she said mischievously, picking up her book and opening it to the page. They all got to work, as Snape wandered around the class, commenting all the Slytherins and dissing the Gryffindors. When he came by Callista's cauldron, he paused, looking into her cauldron intently. Correct color at this stage, he said. Snape then put his finger in the goop. Right temperature. I must say Flanagan, I am mildly impressed by your potion-making skills. 5 points to Gryffindor. All the Gryffindors and a few Slytherins turned to see if it was true. Snape had actually given Gryffindor points. At the end of the class, Snape ladled a bit of Lavender's sleeping potion into a goblet, making her shake nervously. Now, if Ms. Brown made the potion correctly, Neville should fall asleep instantly and pleasantly. Snape said, an odd glint in his eyes. He then pulled Neville out of the half-circle and sat him on the floor near a pillow. Now, drink up. Neville had gone an ugly shade of green, and drank. Immediately. He had fallen backwards onto the pillow, snoring wildly. Ms. Brown, you didn't add enough rat spleen. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said, placing the goblet on his desk. Now, let's see how close Ms. Flanagan came to making the antidote. Let's remember that not even 7th years and many grown wizards can do it. Snape walked over to Callista's cauldron and ladled a murky brown solution into another goblet. He then walked back to Neville. Much to Harry's surprise, Callista had an odd gleam in her eyes, much like the one she had worn while looking at Malfoy in the corridor outside. She was also smiling. Snape tipped Neville's mouth back once he had stopped snoring and poured the solution down his throat. A second passed and Neville had woken up, a smile on his face. Wow, that was really cool, Neville said, looking oddly cheerful. A gasp arose from the other classmates, as Snape looked up at Callista confused. How did you do this? Snape asked, looking wide-eyed up at Callista. She stopped, mainly looking like she was thinking. I don't know. I found it relatively easy. Hermione stood looking at her, mouth open and wide-eyed. Hermione, remember Ed trying to make it last year and it had backfired spectacularly. Snape just gaped up at her. What? Callista asked, puzzled at the looks she was receiving. What did I do? Everything, Snape replied, aghast. I even have trouble sometimes. He stopped. The bell rang to change classes, and everyone came to life again as a silent whisper broke out. Snape helped Neville up from the floor, and couldn't help but look at the antidote. 20 points to Gryffindor. Excellent work, Ms. Flanagan, Snape said exasperatedly. All the Gryffindors couldn't help but smile and clap Callista hard on the back. Wow, 25 points for Gryffindor in potions, all in one day. I think that is the first time that ever happened. Seamus yelled, making other Gryffindors in the hall stare stunned and clap. Hermione, Arthur silent yet cheerful congratulated Callista. He said it was really difficult, but he doesn't know that at the NYWI, we learned how to do that in our 3rd year, she said, shaking with laughter. Gryffindor 5th years made it up to the Dada corridor just in time, as they were walking rather slowly, and still blabbering about the extraordinary potions lesson. Upon entering Lupin's class, Harry smiled and they all took their seats. Well, we seemed cheery today, Lupin said, his eyes twinkling as if he had just pulled a marvelous prank. Callista made Professor Snape stutter. Dean and Parvati said together. Really? Lupin said. stifling a large laugh. Very impressive, Ms. Flanagan. Calista was blushing furiously as Hermione and Ron were asking her if she would do it again. Well, I should expect a repeat performance then. He smiled warmly at Calista. Now, before we begin our first lesson on cobblelids, I must first introduce my new dog, Snuffles. A shaggy black dog appeared behind Lupin's desk and wagged its tail merrily as it set its eyes upon Harry. Harry immediately knew that it was Sirius in his animagus form. Say hi to everyone, Snuffles, Lupin murmured, patting the dog on the head. Immediately it took off down the aisle, listening to the girls shriek, "How cute." Once it reached Harry, Ron, Hermione and Calista, it sat down and raised its paw to shake. "What a cutie," Calista said, taking it and shaking as the dog let out a deep bark of approval. It then weaved its way through to Harry and jumped in his lap. "All right, Snuffles, all right," Lupin smiled, calling back the dog amid gales of laughter from his classmates. "Now today we will be learning about a particularly nasty animal, which is, well, rare and people have hardly ever seen it. The only ones who have seen it are dead." A huge gasp arose in the air as Lupin opened his book. "Open your own books to page 397. A ruffling of papers and backpacks sounded as they looked for their books. "The cobblelids. We'll call them cobbles for short, look very innocent," he said, raising his book so that everyone could see the picture. "Has anyone ever seen a miniature dachshund? The little dogs that muggles raise as pets?" A few people raised their hands, including Harry, Calista and Hermione. Ron just sat and looked puzzled. "The cobbles take after the look of a dachshund, but don't be fooled. They have large wings, which means they can fly. They also have razor-sharp teeth and claws that can do some pretty bad damage. When they are angry, they turn a nasty shade of green and their eyes turn yellow and they make a spitting sound much like a cat. They eat chickens and red meat and are particularly obnoxious. They can swim pretty fast too." While everyone poured out of the Dada classroom with happy faces on, Harry, Ron, Hermione and Calista walked up to Lupin's desk. "Hi there, Harry. I would have talked to you last night, even this morning Lupin stopped, because the three of them were shaking their heads, telling him that he shouldn't say anything about him being a werewolf, or even about Sirius. Luckily Lupin got the hint and went silent. "I see that we have more newcomers here," Lupin said, a dignified smile on his face as he stuck out his hat for Calista to shake. "I hear you are an excellent teacher, Professor Lupin," Calista said, sounding sincere. Lupin couldn't help but blush. He then noticed Snuffles was bumping his hand. "Oh, looks like he has to go out," Lupin said. "I'll see you all later." "Yes," Harry said, hoping it would be soon. They left the classroom. But as soon as they got into the corridor, Calista narrowed her eyes. "That isn't a dog," she muttered, making Ron, Harry and Hermione spin around. "Of course it is, Calista," Harry stuttered. "How did she know? You can tell it isn't. It doesn't even act like the breed it is," she said, eyeing Lupin's door. "Maybe we should tell her, Harry," Ron whispered to Harry. Then there is something that I should tell you, Calista," Harry muttered, eyeing the Slytherins that were walking down the corridor. "Just not here." They made their way up to their common room. "Well, what is it you wanted to tell me?" Calista asked once they had sat down. "You were right, the dog is an animagus." Harry started looking at Calista's reaction. "The man who is the animagus, name is Sirius Black." Calista sat looking at them, puzzled. Obviously they must have expected her to know what the name meant, but she had no clue. "He's my godfather," Harry said, continuing, hoping to help her understand. "I am supposed to understand something here, I take it," she said, looking at the expressions on their faces. They then went on to tell her the story about Sirius and being Harry's parents' secret keeper. How he had supposedly betrayed their trust and told Voldemort their whereabouts. Calista suddenly understood. "I remember hearing about that," she started. They then told her about Peter, otherwise known as Wormtail, who had once been James, Remus and Sirius' friend. "I guess that makes sense," Calista said, a weak smile on her face. "But does Dumbledore know?" "Yes, he's known about it at least since our third year. Possibly even longer that he's an animagus, but he should know he's here." "Okay, I was almost going to go back in there and call him on it," she said, absent-mindedly patting her wand. "Thanks for telling me." Quote, Once they were sure she wouldn't sew anything to Sirius or Lupin, they headed off for their history of magic lesson, with a considerably lighter conscience. Car. Ista sat on the end of her four-poster bed unpacking the rest of the trunk at the end of her bed. It was not dinner yet, and she had a considerable amount of time to work with. Looking around at her bland atmosphere, she tried to think of where to put everything. A tap on the window jerked her out of her stupor. She quickly opened it to find 3 large packages carried by 6 owls, along with a smaller 7th one carrying a note. "Hello dear. I hope everything made it safely. As we promised, here are your things. I hope that you are having fun. We were happy to hear that you are in Gryffindor. Dear me, how cool is that? Well, I must start getting ready because your uncle is having a dinner party. Right soon, Auntie." Carista smiled broadly at the 2 oddly shaped packages and the box that were now lying on her bed. She picked up her broom when she suddenly realized that it wasn't her Comet 360. It was different, lighter with the twigs all straight. She carefully unwrapped the broom to find a firebolt, she marveled, turning the broom over in her hands. Excellent. She let the broom fall out of her hands and it floated in midair at a perfect height and angle. She couldn't help but laugh. There was also another note in the wrappings. "Carista, hope you win some Quidditch matches. Your father." Carista was amazed at how her father had managed such a sophisticated broom for her, after all. She managed to have many accidents on her brooms. She gently placed the broom on her bed and threw away the wrapping. She then picked up the heaviest parcel, which she knew immediately as her guitar. She hastily shredded the wrapping to pieces and clicked the case open. Her mahogany guitar with sparkling shoulder strap glinted beautifully in the light. She slowly lifted the guitar out of its case and strummed it, slowly fixing the chords so that they were in tune. Finally happy with its sound, she placed it back into the black leather case's furry interior and closed the lid. She placed it near her wardrobe, then attacked the box. Once she opened the lid, she began to laugh. Inside was about 12 boxes with 6 each of chocolate frog. She never forgets, Carista grinned to herself. She picked up one of the boxes and put it on her nightstand. She then sifted through the rest of the box to find some home-baked fudge, mince pies, muffins and a handmade card from her cousin, with a pict. "You're of a castle that glowed murkily under a moon. How pretty," Carista said under her breath as she pinned it up to the bulletin board she just hung in her open wardrobe. She sifted further through the boxes, and had to put her hand to her mouth to keep her from screaming. It was a Muggle radio tape player. She read the note that had been stuck to it. "Carista, we knew you would probably miss your favorite music from New York. So we magicked it into this radio. It plays without a leck whatever Muggles call it, so it should work inside Hogwarts, Auntie." Carista was so happy by now. Not only did it have the time, it played her favorite songs, which was a plus. She placed it on the nightstand and hit a green button that said play. Suddenly, the offspring came belting on, playing Vultures. "Wow," she screeched, toying with the volume to make it louder. She placed the box of goodies under her bed, which curiously fit there, then threw away all the wrapping paper. Then continued going through her trunk, now singing and dancing in rhythm with the song, when it changed into an early song by Blink 182. All the commotion seemed to arouse some people from the common room. Parvati, Lavender and Hermione entered their common room to a blaze of sound coming from Coldplay. "What is that?" Lavender whispered, looking at the little black radio playing soundly on Carista's dresser. "I have no clue. It can't possibly be running on electricity," Hermione said, awestruck. "Hello," Carista said cheerfully, noticing for the first time that her roommates had entered. "It is a wizard radio. My auntie put some of my favorite Muggle songs from New York in it." "Oh, that is so cool. I've always wanted one of those," Parvati said, putting her face into a pout. Carista couldn't help but smile as she pulled out her possibly most prized possession. Equally rare and valuable, she couldn't help but stroke it. "Is that what I think it is?" asked Lavender, her eyes growing wide. Carista hit the little R-Ed button on her radio and showed it to her. It was a poster, white on the outside, but on the inside, a star chart. Parvati said, equaling Lavender's wide eyes. "Wow, those things hardly exist. It was my mom's when she came here," Carista murmured, unrolling the thick sheet, which amazingly didn't show it was rolled. as a matter of fact, it had hardly a crease. The stars, few as there were, looked strangely like the ones in the Great Hall. It is a sheet of thick paper that has the same charm on it as the Great Hall. I noticed that when I first walked in, she said, touching the inky black. That was slowly spreading across the paper. It imitates the sky. And every half an hour, it rotates hemispheres. While Lavender, Parvati and Hermione were admiring the poster, Calista pulled out a globe that looked mysteriously like it was a fortune-telling ball, except it had 10 glowing spheres inside it. Wow, just full of surprises. Lavender said, noticing the ball she was holding. The 9 planets were rotating around a ball of orange fire in the center of the globe. She placed it on her nightstand, and returned to her trunk, carefully pulling out 3 more posters, which, to her roommate's surprise, were posters of her favorite Muggle America bands. They didn't move, which made them even more interesting. Weezer. What a strange name for a band, said Parvati in awe. Calista kept pulling out objects from her trunk, a tiger figurine that really moved, a dashboard hula doll which Parvati shrieked at because it kept moving strangely, a fake flower lei, a box full of pie ters and bumper stickers which she said she usually put on her mirror in her room, a sneakoscope her cousin gave her before she left the manor, her own quaffle, until at last, her 2 favorite things remained in the bottom of the trunk. She pulled out a long, fluffy, friendly-looking stuffed snake. Cute, Hermione said, feeling how soft the snake was. Parvati and Lavender kept remarking how pretty it was. Calista then looked back inside her near-empty trunk. All that was left was her mother's invisibility cloak. She didn't want anyone to know about it, so she carefully picked it up and placed it behind her back. She moved stealthily towards her wardrobe and found the secret compartment she had put in the back. She dumped the cloak inside and quickly turned around. Most of the wizarding stuff belonged to my mother, said Calista, holding up a velvety blue winter cloak. I got it all. I wish my mom and dad could give me stuff like this, Parvati said, looking at the globe. Ooh, don't touch it, Lavender, Calista said, snatching a leather-bound book off the bed. It's cursed. Well, you touched it, Lavender said, slightly angry at Calista's sudden mood swing. Yeah, that is because I am the only one who can touch it because I put the curse on it, she muttered guiltily. I had, problems with people reading it. Oh, Lavender said, putting a smile on her face. I really wouldn't want to touch it if I were you though, Calista added. When my cousin tried to read it, she got terrible boils on her hands. Lavender, Hermione and Parvati looked slightly shaken, yet Calista reassured them. Just stay away from it. You don't really talk about yourself or your parents, Hermione said, sitting on Calista's bed. Yeah, why is that? Lavender and Parvati said at once. Well, if you would like to hear it. It is kind of a long story, Calista said, sitting down in her dish chair. Ooh, we have time, go on, tell us. Alright, where do I start? Calista asked, thinking to herself. Right on. Many years ago, around the 60s or something, my mom was born from a witch named Shale. She married a muggle named Tom in the English countryside and they had my mom, uncle and auntie. Tom soon found out that Shale, my grandmother, was a witch, and left her. Soon after my mom was about 8, she was the oldest. By the way, Shale became very sick, very sick. Nothing any witch doctor could say or do could save her. So, she died, Calista said, a silent tone to her voice. She looked at her roommates and started again. My mom, auntie and uncle had to go live in an orphanage, a muggle orphanage. They all grew up, and when my mom was 11, she came to Hogwarts. Also my uncle and auntie attended Hogwarts later. When she graduated in 1978, she went to America to visit, and met my dad. They fell in love. 3 years later, they were married. It was hard to imagine, for me personally, my father when he was young and sweet and full of love. But he was. They had me in 1981. They were happy, really happy. But about 10 months after I was born, my mother became terribly sick. Nothing could cure her. She then asked if she could speak to my mom and myself alone, none of my other Muggle family, or other family. My wizarding family immediately knew what she was going to do. She told my father to sit down, and told him that she was a witch. The color of his face, according to my aunt and uncle when he left the room, was white. But before he left the room, she said she was sorry that she never told him sooner. That to tell me if I ever got a letter to go to a wizarding school to let me go. And tell me about my roots. So, when I was 11, my father told me. Parvati, Lavender and Hermione sat wide-mouthed with sad looks in their eyes. Now you must understand, my F.A. Thayer thought that I had taken something from my mom, or that I killed her. So, he blamed me for taking the love of his life away from him, which are not. So, I am the cursed child, in his eyes. That is tragic, Lavender murmured. Her hand over her heart. Terrible, just terrible, Hermione said, looking at Calista with a different perspective. Parvati had a single tear rolling down her cheek. Please cheer up. I had to get over it when I was a year old, Calista said, standing up and stretching. Her roommates smiled as they slowly got up and stretched with her. Now I'm starving, Calista said, glancing at the clock. They slowly headed down the stairs into the Great Hall, talking about tragic stories of other students, when Malfoy approached Calista. Parvati, Lavender and Hermione were taken aback by his sudden appearance. Calista, he drawled, staring at Calista. Can I speak to you? Sure, she said, an evil glint in her eyes. Don't worry, this shouldn't take too long, she whispered to Lavender. Parvati and Hermione, making them giggle. What do you want? She asked impatiently. That chicken sure smelled great. I couldn't help noticing the excellent antidote you produced in potions this morning, he said. A slight creep in his voice. Thanks, Calista muttered. Can this why? Look, I wanted to ask you. Are you attached to Potter? He asked haphazardly. No, you're not, he said, his eyes brightening up as he looked down into her eyes. He was at least the same height as Harry was, so she was shorter than he was. No, we just met about maybe 2 weeks ago. I don't think that we should get into this. Draco was moving towards her, getting closer. He suddenly went in to kiss her. What the hell do you think you are doing? She screamed, slapping him across the face. Never in all my life have I been so insulted. How rude. Calista turned, bright-faced and streaked through the probing crowd, who was staring at the shocked expression on Malfoy's face, a mixture of embarrassment and anger. What is going on out here? Professor McGonagall's voice boomed through the entrance hall. He tried to kiss me. Calista shrieked, anger pouring out of her mouth like a river. Malfoy, keep your emotions to yourself, she snapped, fighting any comments that he was about to make. 10 points from Slytherin, and if I hear of you trying to harass her again, she spoke steadily. Her beady eyes like slits. It will be more. Malfoy, furious at the wave of sniggering voices, stormed off towards the dungeons. Inside the hall, Calista sat down. Her face a bright red as she picked up a piece of chicken and slapped it on her plate. Are you all right? What happy? Harry began, until he say Professor McGonagall came up behind Calista. I hope you are okay, Calista. Please notify me again of this such unwanted behavior, she said, a look of maternal concern on her face. You slapped Malfoy. Wow, everyone is talking about it. George Weasley bellowed, an evil grin on his face. He didn't even know what hit him. He was so scared he ran off to his dungeon, bawling like a baby. Fred followed, laughing harder than George did. You slapped him? Harry asked, letting out a chuckle. He tried to kiss me for no reason and I slapped him, she said quietly, picking the meat off the chicken. For no reason. For God's sakes, Calista, he likes you. He's got the hots for you. Ron said, giving a hearty snigger. I'd say he deserved it, Hermione said, a look of triumphant joy on her face. I was so embarrassed. You would have thought that Nuring him would have given him the hint that I wasn't interested. So, he found out the hard way. Oh man, Calista, today, you have been full of surprises, said Dean, chomping down on his garlic bread. I guess it is, Calista said to herself, letting her mind wander up to her room where she would be able to finish decorating. Once back in her room, Calista cleaned up and put everything back in its place. Snatching her pajamas out of the wardrobe, she pulled them on, then hopped into bed, silently listening to her roommates do the same. Good night, Calista muttered lazily, slowly drifting to sleep. Good night, Hermione said. Night, Lavender said, half asleep. Parvati's stifled snores arose from the other end of the room. Soon after, Calista was in a deep sleep. You must understand, a voice said. It was her mother. There is something about me that not anyone can know about except Calista, but she is too young. When the time comes, she will understand her power. Why can't you tell me? I am your own damn husband." Her father shrieked, bewildered by the whole situation. Calista sat watching in a corner. She hated this dream. It was so painful watching her mother waste away. "Because you wouldn't understand. And I don't understand this. How can you do this to me? Our child. Yourself," he boomed, making the pictures on the wall shake. Suddenly, her father gasped. As her mother had just fallen asleep. But only it wasn't sleep, it was death. Her father suddenly started shaking. He was bawling at the top of his lungs, his face buried in Anna, her mother's lap. "Why didn't you tell me?" he bawled. "Why?" The storm outside raged on, as the room around her swirled into a graveyard, where a light rain was falling. The same yew trees stood around them as in all graveyards. Her father had her hand. As the 15-year-old Calista leaned next to a gravestone, which said R.I.P. on it. She watched as her mother's casket was lowered into the damp earth, her father sobbing. The young Calista looking puzzled by her father's expression. "If only you could have told Dad what you wanted to tell him," Calista said to herself, watching the mahogany casket get lower, lower, lower. She woke with a start. Tears had been streaming down her face. The dream kept coming back to her, and it always horrified her. "Why does this happen?" she asked herself as she turned onto her stomach and fell back into another uneasy sleep. Harry awoke the next morning in a groggy state of mind. He kept thinking about Calista, and how she had hit Malfoy. Of course, she had plenty of reason. He wished he could have been there though. It all seemed too good to miss. He glanced at his schedule and realized that he'd double herbology with the Hufflepuffs this morning. As he got dressed, remembrance of a dream he had last night swept through his brain. "Calista, you look amazing," Harry murmured. "Just gorgeous. I clean up nicely, don't I?" she asked, a smile glinting on her face. "I didn't," Harry muttered. But Calista put up her hand. "I was kidding, Harry," she chuckled. She had just swept down in a beautiful golden robe. They had gone through the evening without trouble, when they had gotten up to dance. Harry had let go of her hand and wrapped it around her waist. He pulled her in tighter. She wrapped her arms around his neck. She looked into his eyes, and understood why she liked him. "I love you, Calista," he murmured, as they leaned in closer. "I love you, Harry Potter," she said, as they closed their eyes and kissed. Harry smiled at the dream and then he headed down to breakfast. Where most of Gryffindor was already. "Late start there, Harry." A voice boomed from the staff table. Hagrid was smiling cheerfully down at them as he took a deep swig from his goblet, which thankfully was full of orange juice. He waved at him, then sat down next to Calista, who looked extremely tired. "You don't look so good," Harry said, stifling a yawn as he poured himself some juice. "Long night, no sleep," she muttered, biting off a chunk of her toast. "Ooh, that sucks," Harry said, ladling porridge into his bowl. "I've had those kind of nights before." She gave one of her familiar weak smiles. Then stood up to leave before she sat down again and took a letter out of her pocket. "This came for you earlier and I was going to bring it up to you, but then you came down," she said, once again standing up. "See you in herbology." She then turned to walk out the Great Hall, with someone following behind her, Malfoy. Calista, let me talk to you, please." Malfoy pleaded, sounding very different. She turned to see the left side of his face slightly puffy. "What? You come back to insult me again?" she cursed, stomping up the stairs. "Insult you? How do you think I felt? Anyways, that isn't what I want to talk to you about," he said, tripping on a rug on the second floor. "Well, what is it then?" "I haven't got time to talk about this right now, I have to be at herbology in 20 minutes, she said. Turning to face him this time. "I'm sorry about last night," Malfoy drawled, an unctuous tone in his voice. "Oh, glad to hear it," she said, stomping along the corridor looking for the Pink Lady. Malfoy suddenly realized he never had seen the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. She had stopped at the portrait of a fat lady dressed in a pink dress. She stopped and turned to him. "Look, I don't know why you are pursuing me. I am not interested in a relationship right now," she said, a pleading look in her eyes. "Please, just leave me alone." Malfoy turned to walk away. He heard her mutter something to the portrait, which swung open and closed. Once in Greenhouse 5, a greenhouse with many exotic plants, Harry felt relieved. At least there isn't anything too dangerous in here, he thought to himself. Taking a seat near the back with Calista, Ron and Hermione. "What did Malfoy say to you, Calista?" Hermione whispered, moving dirt around the pot, waiting for her dancing spider vine from Professor Sprout. "At first, he seemed kind of mad that I had embarrassed him in front of all those people," Calista said, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "Then, before I entered the portrait, he said he was sorry for last night." Hermione nodded her head with approval, then went back to planting her spide vine. "Harry, you have a crush on Calista, don't you?" Ron whispered. "Yeah, a little I guess." Harry whispered, turning a bright pink at Ron's question. "Why don't you ask her out?" Ron chuckled. I don't really think she is looking for anyone right now," Harry muttered. Casting a sidelong glance at Calista, who was animatedly talking about New York. He remembered hearing a cold slap radiate through the hall and McGonagall streaking by to see what happened. He could almost imagine being the one who received it. "Ron, I had another dream about her last night," Harry said, blushing. "What happened?" Ron asked, positively dying to hear more. "We were at some kind of ball here at Hogwarts. And well, I kissed her," Harry said. "She kissed me back." Ron was beside himself with a fit of giggles that made Lavender and Parvati laugh at him. "I must say, Harry, we should get your head checked. It seems your dreams are getting stranger with your friend. Maybe it was the curse, Ron said, chuckling hard. Harry smacked him on the arm and jammed his spider vine into its pot with an awkward smile on his face. Soon, Professor Sprout told them to clean up and they were marching across the grounds towards Hagrid's cabin, where Fang was sleeping on his back, his legs kicking wildly in the air. "Hello, Harry," Hagrid said, beaming down at him. "How are ya?" "Tired, covered with dirt, the usual," Harry said, smiling. "Interestin' lesson today," Hagrid said loudly as the rest of the class assembled in front of his cabin. "Learnin' Abu, cobbles, those creatures y'all learned Abu, in Dada with Professor Lupin." The class suddenly looked uneasy. Why, as they remembered Lupin talking about how vicious they were. "Now, on the other side of this paddock, I have a large crate, however, there is only one," Hagrid added quickly, noticing the worried looks flashing upon some people's faces. They looked the same as they had the year before with Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots. "Now, no sudden movements, ya hear?" Hagrid slowly opened a door to a large wire cage. A small, brownish-colored hot dog-looking animal came wandering out, looking very peaceful. Parvati even whispered that it looked cute. Suddenly, Hagrid poked a stick at it, and the animal began to transform. The whole animal turned a vomit green with nasty yellow eyes. Wings stuck out where the ribcage was and an ugly orange mohawk grew upon its head. The teeth grew along with its nails until the thing looked exactly like the picture Lupin had showed them. Now, you notice that the animal is very small. Muggles actually keep them as pets, well, at least old people do. Then, a young foolish muggle comes around and starts poking at it and giving it raspberries on its stomach, and the thing turns around and bites him. The horrible animal started spitting madly, while a terrible stench like a dung bomb emanated from its body. It has many defenses. The nails and teeth for obvious reasons, and so are the wings. Its fur is so thin because it for one thing makes it harder to catch because it is slipperier. And it makes it easier for it to swim fast. The stench backs people off, and the colors make people laugh so hard at it that it just gets away. The students had fun watching as the animal took flight and started flying around the cage at a marvelous speed. When the bell rang, Hagrid stopped Ron, Harry, Hermione and Calista. "I won't be here for another 2 weeks, Hagrid said, causing Harry, Ron and Hermione to look sad. "Now don't give me pouts. I have, Dumbledore, business I must attend to in France," Hagrid said, puffing himself up proudly. Harry knew that he was probably going to see Madame Maxime and even try and get envoys to the Giants, or at least, that is what he guessed. "All right, Hagrid," Harry muttered. "I hope you get what you have to get done. I will. You four take care now. You hear?" Hagrid said, stomping back over to his cabin. They slowly headed back to the castle for lunch. Once back in the Gryffindor common room that night, Rai realized he had forgotten to read his letter that Calista had saved for him. He took it out of his pocket. The parchment looked like it sat outside a little too long. He slid it open and began to read it. Harry, I was just writing to see if you were well, then I realized I am in the castle with you. I want to see you tonight in Lupin's office. Meet me there at 8:30, alright. Bring your invisibility cloak. Snuffles. Harry glanced at the clock and realized it was about 8. He pulled Ron and Hermione over and told them about the letter from Sirius. Can we go? Ron asked, his eyes desperate for some action. Ron, maybe that isn't. Hermione started, but paused seeing the look on his face. Maybe it isn't wise if you guys go, Harry said. It sounds important. Oh, alright, Ron muttered. I'll catch up with you guys later then. Harry said, running up to his room and snatching the invisibility cloak and his winter cloak. He then trooped down into the common room, Marauder's map in hand, and excited the portrait hole. Open up. It's me in the cloak, Harry mumbled, making sure that Filch, who was a corridor away, couldn't hear him. The door clicked open and he saw Lupin standing there. A smile upon his face as he ushered Harry inside. On the corner of a bed sat Cyrus, his hair considerably shorter and looking meatier upon having some decent meals and robes. Harry, Sirius yelped, still having his animal side. Wow, you've gotten taller and a little fuller, Harry grinned cheekily and he gave Sirius a bear hug. So tell me, what did you two do all summer? Lupin and Sirius' smiles flickered. It was obviously not something that was good. That is why we kinda wanted to talk to you, Sirius mumbled, looking at his toes. What? It isn't bad, is it? Harry said, glancing at Sirius. Had he almost been caught? Well, that is for you to make your judgment on, Sirius said, the same look he had gotten from Azkaban in his eyes. Voldemort, from some spies' accounts, is still talking about getting his hands on you. Well, he has been after me for 15 years, what else is new? Harry said, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Well, the spy says he keeps talking about his dear old mum, Lupin said. You might understand better tomorrow in your history of magic lesson, as Professor Binns might be looking at this subject tomorrow. You will then understand more. Harry looked puzzled, not understanding it at all. It's really complicated to explain, Sirius said, a pivotal look on his face. So you'll forgive me for not getting into it. Sure, Harry muttered, looking at his hands that were folded in his lap. You should probably be getting some rest, Harry. I know for sure tomorrow that Dada is going to be interesting, Lupin said, grinning sheepishly, shuffling papers on his desk. I'll see you both tomorrow, Harry said, taking his cloak and shuffling out the door. He couldn't believe that is all that they wanted to tell him. He slowly pulled out the Marauder's map and glanced at it. A small dot labeled Calista Flanagan was moving across the corridor in front of him, yet he couldn't see her. Where are you? Harry whispered to himself as he listened intently. Suddenly, Harry felt someone or something smack into him. When he looked up, he didn't see anything but a wand floating in midair. Show yourself, the voice of Calista shrieked, obviously sounding petrified. Harry felt he had no other choice but to remove the cloak. As he did so, he heard a small gasp as another shimmery cloak fell to the floor. Harry, what are you, what is happening here? She said, her face white and expressionless. What are you doing out? Harry asked, not as ruffled as Calista was about being out at night. I was looking for the kitchens, what are you doing? She shrieked, more color draining from her face. I was visiting my godfather and Lupin, Harry said, rising to his feet and picking up the cloak from the floor. I never knew you had a cloak. Well, she stuttered. You won't tell anyone, would you? No, why would I? Only a select few know about the damn thing anyways, Harry mumbled, dusting a fleck of dust off the material. He saw her eyes flicker onto the map. What's that? She murmured, her eyes widening at the dots moving around on it. It's a map of Hogwarts. It reveals where staff and people are, invisible, animagus, or not. Harry said proudly as she took the map from his hands and examined it thoughtfully. Interesting, brilliance, she muttered under her breath. Whoever invented it is a genius. My father, Lupin, my godfather, and he had paused at the mention of Wormtail, his least favorite person in the world compared to Draco and Voldemort. Do you know how to make one? She asked, touching the dots on the page. Haven't a clue, Harry muttered. Hey, You said before that you were going to the kitchens. Mind if I join you? Sure, the map would actually help since Fred and Georg E. Weasley preferred to let me find it myself in the midst of faculty interfering. Harry and Calista headed off down the corridor wearing Harry's cloak. They figured it would be easier than trying to find each other with their individual cloaks on. Once Harry approached the familiar painting of the bowl of fruit and opened the door, Calista let out a gasp of surprise. Wow, the kitchen at my school was nothing compared, wow, she murmured, staring at the 5 tables near the back of the kitchen, as well as the hundreds of house elves now gathering around them. Harry Potter. Harry, sir, a familiar squeaky voice called, pushing its way towards them. Harry Potter, sir, Dobby has waited for you. Hello Dobby. Harry muttered, blushing furiously as the elves were now clambering to say their hellos to him and Calista also. Their visit was short, yet they managed to get some delicious sandwiches and pumpkin juices away from the room before they left, realizing how late it was. They stomped Riley up towards their common room and trudged through the door. They are so funny. Calista laughed, setting down her sandwich and goblet. I've never seen so many of them either. Yeah, Dobby is a little strange. Even if he did try to save my life. Harry reflected upon his second year, where he had almost thought his friends had forgotten him. A rogue bludger nearly killed him and Lucius Malfoy nearly wrung his neck. Calista stifled a laugh as everyone was now asleep. So, you only wanted to go out for a sandwich? Harry asked, staring at the sandwich and goblet in front of her. A midnight snack, as I didn't eat much of my dinner. Calista smiled, chugging down some of her juice. Did your parents give you that cloak? No, well, actually, it was my father's, and he left it in Dumbledore's possession before he died. I then go it my first year, he said, taking a big bite out of his sandwich. Yours. My mom's. My father was a muggle and my parents married. When I was a few months old, my mother became sick. Told my father she was a witch, and died. When I was going to start school, my father went into the attic and found my mom's old trunk packed with many things, including this. She held the cloak up to the light. Harry immediately noticed that it was different from his in that it was an extremely pale bluish silver. She made it herself by hand. Harry stopped chewing and placed his sandwich down on the table. He took the cloak out of her hand and noticed it was a little bit heavier than hers, yet smoother. Wow, Harry murmured, gently running his hand over the fabric. She really made it. Yes, Calista murmured, looking at the cloak with pure love. They sat and talked for hours, until just before 1 in the morning, Calista asked Harry about Quidditch. I heard why need a keeper and a chaser after Katie Bell's accident? Calista asked, wondering whether this was true or not. Harry nodded his head, so she kept going. What time do the tryouts start tomorrow? She asked, looking straight into his eyes. I think around 10. You're coming out? He asked, shocked and puzzled. Yeah, I am an okay chaser, she blushed, looking into the fire. I should be off to my room now. See you tomorrow then. Good night, Harry murmured, and she turned and waved. She soon disappeared with her cloak, leaving Harry to enter his room, surprised by her request. The next morning, Harry groggily ate his porridge, as he desperately needed to eat if he was going to help the Gryffindor team choose their new chaser and keeper. Not only that, but they were going to pick a new captain. He hurriedly headed up to the common room with 15 minutes to spare and grabbed his firebolt, as today was going to be their first practice. He was on the field finally, when he made out who was on the field. Ron, Calista, Seamus and Dean were standing near the already members of the team, as well as a 4th year and 2 7th years Harry didn't recognize. Hey Harry, you're late. Fred and George called, evil grins on their faces. Wow, how did you figure that? Harry grinned back at them as he shouldered his firebolt. All right, now that we are all here, we need to see who is trying out for which position. Chasers, raise your hands, Angelina said, a piece of paper and quill in her hands. Calista and Dean had raised their hands. And the rest of you are for keeper. Right then, they headed into the middle of the field. When Angelina stopped, Calista, do you have a broom? Yeah, right here, Calista said, pulling out her brand new firebolt. Dean's face immediately turned pale and he dropped his head. Harry was at first surprised, but then kind of figured that she had a firebolt. After all, her father, aunt and uncle were rich, very rich. Calista kicked off. Along with Angelina and Dean, and they soared off. Angelina took a quaffle out from under her robes and started tossing it at Callista, hard. She caught it each time and threw it back equally hard, even harder, back at Angelina. She was impressed. Dean, however, didn't do as well. He missed a few of them and couldn't throw the ball back quite as hard. Soon, they flew down and waited until free. Dee and George had finished testing Seamus, Ron, and the two seventh years. Ron had easily won, catching all the quaffles flawlessly. All right, now both of you are going to try your luck on the Ron. Dean, you go first, she said, handing the quaffle out to an unusually trembling Dean. He looked up at the crooked grin on Ron's face, and let out a whimper. He then kicked off from the ground and tried several times to score on Ron to no success. Finally, tired and sweaty, he flew down to the ground and was about to run off, when Angelina stopped him. Let's see how Callista does first, shall we? Callista took the quaffle from Dean and kicked off hard. She came level to the goalposts and started swerving around, confusing Ron. Ron, who let out a small whimper, yet managed only to block 3 out of 10 of her shots. And wiped the sweat off his face. Well, everyone, thanks for coming out, Harry said. Ron, you are the new keeper. Callista, you are our new chaser. Dean, Seamus, you are on the reserve team. Congratulations. Callista, a look of glory on her face, shook Dean's hand, who was considerably calmer now, looked disgruntled. Ron bid Seamus a good try and Seamus muttered a, congratulations, as he and Dean left the field. Their brooms dragging on the ground. All right, I say we have a team meeting, Fred chuckled, straightening Ron's collar. They headed over to the stands and sat down. Now, we must choose a captain, George said, eyeing them all suspiciously. Who will it be? Everyone was given a slip of parchment and a quill as they all turned away and wrote someone's name on a slip of paper. George piled them in his lap. All right, we shall commence, Fred began, opening the first slip. Harry P, Angelina, Fred, Harry. Harry couldn't help but grin. He was the Quidditch captain in his 5th year. He was blushing furiously as everyone clapped him on his back. All right, what do we do now, Captain? George asked, blinking furiously at Harry. I say, chasers show. LD maybe throw the quaffle around and the beaters should practice hitting. Harry should probably practice with golf balls. Ron could do that with him, Callista said amid stares from the team. Couldn't have said it better myself. Harry said, an astonished look on his face. He then told them all to get up as they kicked off and began their practice session. Harry, Ron and Callista crossed the common room, laughing hard about Fred and George, who, after Fred beat George in the head with his bat, had gotten in a fight in midair, all in good humor. I think I should make you co-captain, Callista, Harry said, placing his broom on the couch near the fire. Thanks, but I think I will just be the athletic advisor, Callista giggled, wiping a speck of mud of the broom with her new Quidditch robes. Well, while you two sort out who is going to do what, I am going upstairs to change, Ron mumbled, gripping the broom in his hands as he jumped up the stairs to his room. I am quite hungry myself, Callista said, glancing at the time on her watch which showed that it was lunch. Fancy a sandwich? Yes, Harry groped for his broom as they both got up and wandered towards their dormitories. Dee say you are probably going to be one of the best chasers we've had in Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall whispered to Callista in Transfiguration the next Tuesday. I saw you flying last night and I must say, you are the next James Potter. Who was also a chaser. Callista grinned, and set off to work trying to produce a lizard out of a banana. It had almost worked, except for the fact that the lizard was still yellow with brownish spots. Hermione seemed to be having the same trouble with hers. I can't get it to change color, Hermione muttered stupidly, looking through her book to find out how to change its color. My stupid wand isn't helping either. You'd swear the thing was 1,000,000,000 years old. She cursed, suddenly remembering that her wand was new. I think the next time I am in Diagon Alley I should return it. Ron and Harry sat at their desk looking down at a banana with a tail on it which was sliding across the desk. Could be grosser, Harry muttered, jabbing the banana with his wand, making sparks shoot off it. It was suddenly when the bell rang that Harry realized that the next class was History of Magic. Hey, remember what I told Lupin and Snuffles had said to me that night? Harry muttered. A smile playing across his face, unable to control himself from running for Professor Bin's class. "Where's he running?" Carista asked, looking at Harry scattering a bunch of first years down the corridor. Harry didn't stop running until he sat down in the back of class. He took out his History of Magic book and sat it in front of him, waiting patiently. Soon Ron, Hermione, and Carista had arrived and sat next to him, placing their books in front of them also. The bell rang and Professor Binns entered the wall behind his desk. "Take your seats everyone. Today, we will be investigating the Sorceress of Fire." He droned, a bit of cynicism in his voice. He slowly opened his own book. "Turn to page 589 in your books please," and read from the first paragraph on 589 until the end of that page. Harry flipped through the pages hard until he had encountered a jumble of writing. "The Sorceress of Fire, which contains the most powerful bot of magical power, is rare. In all actuality, the last Sorceress of Fire, Shalza, gave birth to the Dark Lord and died at his birth. This is why many believe he became so powerful. It is in this theory that we examine the Sorceress of Fire. The only way that a wizard witch can be considered one if they are female, and Hermetzes don't need wands to do magic when they are born. This trait is so rare, that only one line of sorceresses can be traced. They possess such powers as transfiguration at birth, Metza, see ladder, and an exquisite take to potion making and caring for animals. Not only that, they are extremely bright, talented. And many know a lot of languages, including Parseltongue and Muggle languages. They are the most powerful witches anyone has ever seen. When the sorceress gives birth to a boy, the boy is powerful. Yet not as powerful as if her was a woman. It is with that we can conclude that the line of sorceresses of fire can be considered dead, as none have shown for nearly 60 years. White placed the book down on the desk and stared at the blackboard. Amazing, Harry thought. This was why Voldemort had possessed many of these languages when he was born. It only made sense that Tom Riddle, Voldemort's father, had disowned him at birth. Harry then sat reeling from what he had just read. Soon, Ron, Hermione and Carista had looked up and looked at Harry. "Why is it so important that Sirius and Lupin tell me about this?" Harry asked himself as they took notes on this for the rest of the period. "Why did Shalza die?" Hermione asked, causing people's heads to turn and look at her with puzzled looks on their faces. "I mean, if she was so powerful, how come she didn't stop herself?" "No one knows, Miss Grindler." "Now, if you please shut up and let me continue with my lecture," Professor Binns snapped. Continuing reading his notes, Hermione merely looked down at the book as Ron patted her hand. Curiosity had taken Harry over the last 2 weeks. He joined Hermione at the Librar. Why at lunch to read up on the Sorceress of Fire. The problem was, there was nothing about her. No matter how many books he read claiming to know about the subject, they didn't have anything to do with her. "You know, I would have thought that libraries have all sorts of information," Harry mumbled, jamming the book on the shelf. "Well, Harry, you must understand, the Sorceress of Fire is extremely rare, and even then they aren't really seen. They are so powerful that many believe that they are full of dark magic," Hermione muttered, drawing strange looks from the librarian. "Whatever," he whispered, trooping out the library towards the Great Hall. Once at dinner that night, which was unusually noisy pending the first Quidditch match, Harry sat thinking about the Sorceress of Fire. "Harry, you can't think about that all day," Carista said, spooning soup into her mouth. "We have an important match tomorrow." Harry started eating his bread when the whole hall grew quiet. A black owl had flown in through the window and almost everyone looked up at it worryingly. "What's the big deal?" "So, someone got a letter late," Harry muttered, until he saw the look on Ron's face and the owl swooped towards Gryffindor. "Harry, you don't understand what a black owl is," Ron murmured as the owl stopped in midair. "It means someone has died." Harry looked up at the owl and realized that it was looking straight at Carista. She had frozen in her seat. The owl was now fluttering towards her. "Please God, please, I don't need any of this right now," Carista said to herself as she watched the owl drop the letter in front of her. The black envelope and silver writing was unmistakable. It was hers. No, she stuttered, looking up at the staff table. Snape looked like he had been slapped, while McGonagall all headed towards her and Dumbledore let out a soft sigh. Harry was watching her. "Not now." The tears were flowing freely now as she slit the letter open and dumped the letter out in front of her. Hermione had wrapped her arm around her in comfort because she was shaking. No, why? Carista shrieked, opening the letter. Miss Carista Flanagan, we regret to inform you that your Aunt Emma and Uncle Jeremy, along with their families, were murdered yesterday by Death Eaters. Please accept our apologies. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. Carista dropped the note. She knew she was dreaming. She could see her mom in her hospital bed while her father yelled at her, trying to find out why she wouldn't tell him sooner about her being a witch. Carista got up so suddenly that half of the Gryffindors jumped. The hall was now stark quiet, trying to listen to what she was going to say. She couldn't speak. She just ran. With the note clutched in her hand, she ran out the great oak doors and into the night, where she dropped on the wet grass. I hate you, Voldemort. I hate you. I will kill you myself. With my own bare hands. She screamed into the night, scrunching the letter in her hand. Harry, who had run outside after her, now paused on the stone steps. Her silhouette was slumped out in the distance, sobbing uncontrollably. At his side appeared Ron, Hermione, Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, followed by Snape. Carista, Harry murmured, walking over to her and rubbing her back. I'm sorry. Be sorry. That bastard Voldemort will be sorry. Bellowed Carista, causing a flock of birds from the Forbidden Forest to become unnested and fly away. Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall, who had followed Ron and Hermione, looked at each other as Ron and Hermione sat next to Harry. It's not fair, Hermione muttered, once again wrapping her arm around Carista. She sat up and looked into the stars, and Harry immediately knew that she had given Malfoy that cold stare, and he knew he remembered it. It was on the tip of his tongue. We will get him, Harry said quietly, looking into her eyes. We will get the son of a bitch. You're damn straight, Ron said, looking madder than they had ever seen him. Why them? Why? They never did anything, Carista muttered, hitting the ground with her fist. Voldemort doesn't care, Harry said, causing Ron and Hermione and flinched. I know, it's just, why? I want to know how they crossed his path and where, Carista murmured, pulling the grass out of the ground. We'll find out, Harry said, pulling Carista into a tight hug. He sobbed into his shoulder for a long time. Harry just closed his eyes and tried to force all the pain away from her with his heart. This shouldn't happen to you, Harry said to himself, letting Carista go. I think I should go to bed if I have a big match tomorrow, Carista said quietly. She stood on her feet supported by Hermione and Harry as Ron picked up the letter. Professor McGonagall affirmed her hand to Carista and they headed up to the silent common room, without another word. Is she still playing today? Asked Angelina quietly, so as not to upset anyone. She seems determined to play, Harry said, picking up his toast and buttering it, yet not even eating it. She was quite tired last night, Hermione muttered, eating her porridge. However, she is stronger than she looks. I hope so, Ron said thickly, chugging down the porridge. He was obviously nervous. The hall grew quiet as a pale figure crossed the hall. Carista was carrying her firebolt over her shoulder and her Quidditch robes folded neatly under her arm. Mornin', she muttered lazily, snatching a piece of toast from the plate. The houses around them went quiet with wonder. How are you today? Asked Alicia Spinnet, another chaser who was looking somberly at Carista. Fine, dandy. I'd just tell the Slytherin chasers and beaters that they better watch out for me, she said in one breath, getting up from the table and heading outside. Well, I guess that's that, Angelina said. Gryffindor team, let's go. Harry shouted to applause from their table as well as the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws. Carista slowly walked out to the Quidditch pitch. The sun was smiling over the glimmering post and stands in the distance. I'm playing this one for you, Carista said hazily to herself, looking up at the light clouds moving across the sky. Off in the distance she could make out the rest of her team coming towards her. She headed down into the locker rooms and started to change. I am doing all this because you would have wanted me to, Auntie. And now, welcome to the field, the Gryffindor Lions. Bellowed commentator prankster Jordan Lee into the microphone to enormous applause and shouts. R. Weasley Keeper, F and G Weasley Beaters. Flanagan, Spinnet and Johnson Chasers AAAANNNNDDD Potter. Seeker. The stands were almost going to come unglued as the 7 players zoomed around the stadium. Harry W. as relieved to see that Calista had on her same mischievous smile and was racing Harry around the field. He obviously beat her. "All right team," Harry said as they all had thudded onto the ground at the same time. "I wanna see you kick their asses." "Yeah," bellowed Fred and George, throwing their new brooms into the air. They had gotten Nimbus 2001s from the money their pranks had gotten them. Hay had also promised the rest of the team, except Harry and Calista, new brooms. "Let's get 'em," Calista shouted, glaring at the Slytherins who were crossing the field. "Captains, come forward and shake hands," Madame Hooch chortled, holding the large crate in her arms. Malfoy stepped forward. "Eat dirt, Potter," he spoke, the roar from the crowd deafening. "In your dreams, Malfoy," Harry said, trudging away. "Kick off," Madame Hooch yelled as she kicked open the crate and the different balls soared into the air. Harry immediately went above the action, Malfoy hot on his trail. "Spin it in Poe's session Flanagan Johnson, watch that bludger there, Calista Flanagan," goalposts coming nearer. Calista had the chaser in a death grip. The keeper, a burly 7th year, was grinning maliciously at her. She ducked her head just as George zoomed over her. She threw her arm back and snapped the quaffle at the posts. Flanagan scores. 10-0 Gryffindor. Jordan bellowed, McGonagall yelling her approval. Harry, who had been soaring around the match, thought he saw the snitch, but it was Angelina's earrings. He was watching as Calista picked up the quaffle and dodged a bludger when he realized that Malfoy was watching her. He had an idea. "Time out," Harry called, as he sped towards the ground. "We're up, Harry. 60-0, Flanagan is killing them." Fred shouted happily, wondering what Harry was up to. "I've had an idea. Malfoy is on my tail, yet he keeps watching Calista. I think we can work this out. Can you two score on top of the Slytherin keeper alone?" Harry asked, looking straight at Angelina and Alicia. "Yeah, he is so easy." Alicia shouted a bit over-enthusiastically. "All right then. Calista, you glance at me every few seconds. When I give you a peace sign, you go up and talk to Malfoy, distract him. I will do that when I spot the snitch. This will not only make Malfoy look like an idiot, it will also give me a head start on the snitch, not like I need it, okay?" Harry said, a smile on his face. "Will do." Calista smiled mischievously, kicking off hard and taking the quaffle in her hands. "All right, back to the game." Flanagan in possession. Spinnet Johnson, spectacular hit by Georg. Weasley, maybe Fred, one of the two, oh dear. Harry's in a dive. Harry had taken a steep dive straight to the ground. Malfoy, thinking he could catch up, followed, gaining on him. Right before Harry had hit the floor, he pulled up, leaving Malfoy to crash terribly into the ground. The Wronski feint. Flawless. Jordan screamed amidst the howls of laughter from 3/4 of the stands. Malfoy was back in the air, looking a bit shaken up. 80-0. Jordan bellowed. Calista suddenly looked up and saw Harry give the peace sign. She saw Malfoy and flew over. "Pleasure seeing you up here," Calista murmured, batting her eyes. "Why, Calista, it's nice to see you too," Malfoy said, a grin appearing on his face. "I must say, it was rather rude of me a while back not to accept your apology." "Forgive me," she murmured playfully, pretending to flick a piece of dust of his chest. "Yeah, sure, yeah," Malfoy stuttered, overwhelmed with love. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Gryffindor wins. 230-0. The worst smashing of Slytherin in the history of the school. Jordan shrieked as he and Professor McGonagall danced around the top box. Snape, who had turned purple, now shook his finger at Malfoy. "Wah wah," Malfoy stuttered, looking around. "You know, maybe you should pay more attention to the game rather than pretty girls on firebolts," Calista said, shaking with laughter. She sped to the red ground. People were flocking from all over the place to congratulate the team. "Ron, excellent. Not a point." Fred and George bellowed, hugging their brother so tightly that his hair stood on his head. "Ron, excellent job," Hermione said, kissing Ron on the lips. His ears and nose turned pink as he tried to hide the redness on his face. Calista, Harry said laughing. Did you see the look on his face? Calista was grinning from ear to ear, laughing also. "That," Calista said, a tear rolling down her cheek. That was all for my family. Harry grabbed her into a hug. You are the best chaser I've ever seen. Professor McGonagall was looking down at her, a big smile on her face. You could compete with Potter's father, you know. Harry laughed as Calista blushed furiously. The crowd parted slightly to see Snape cursing Malfoy furiously, removing the captain button from Malfoy's robes. The team looked like they were about to hang him. The cup's in the bag, Harry murmured in Calista's ear. I know. Calista murmured back, releasing her hug. This is quite possibly the best match we have ever had, Harry said, his team and himself walking off the field amid gales of applause and cheers. I have a guitar and a music box for entertainment, Calista smiled through the crowd in the Gryffindor common room. Fred had just come back from the kitchens while George went to Hogsmeade and gotten bags of sweets. The room was full of maroon and gold stars and everyone was waiting for Calista and the music. Okay, this is Muggle music, she muttered, hitting the play button. Immediately, Sugar Ray started belting out a song. The crowd loved it. They all started dancing as singing along. Even Calista, Harry, Ron and Hermione were dancing, that is, on the table. I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Calista yelled, jumping down off the table. The music had stopped and everyone was waiting. Sing us something, Fred and George said, piling for things onto another table. Yeah, Calista, Hermione said, clutching Ron closer. Slow or fast, she mumbled, taking out her guitar. Funny fast, Harry said. Okay fine, Calista said, thinking for a moment. Here it goes, it's a song by Weezer. Fred and George snorted with laughter at the name of the band. I'm me be, god damn, I am, I can, sing and, hear me, know me, if you want to destroy my sweater. Hold this thread as I walk away. Oh no, it gone, bye bye, who I think, I sink, and I die, if you want to destroy my sweater. Hold this thread as I walk away. Watch me unravel, I'll soon be naked. Lying on the floor, I've come undone. If you want to destroy my sweater. I don't want to destroy your tank top. Hold this thread as I walk away. Let's be friends and just walk away. Watch me unravel, I'll soon be naked. Hate to see you lying there in your Superman skivvies. Lying on the floor, I've come undone. Lying on the floor, I've come undone. At the end of the song, everyone laughed. They had all been singing it, and couldn't control themselves. More. Fred and Angelina bellowed, who had been singing the loudest. All right, here's a slower song then, she said, taking the guitar back into her arms. So I looked in your direction. But you paid me no attention, do you? I know you don't listen to me. 'Cause you say you see straight me, don't you? On and on from the moment I wake to the moment I sleep. I'll be there by your side. Just you try and stop me. I'll be waiting in line. Just to see if you care. Did she want me to change? But I change for good. And I want you to know. But you always get your way. I wanted to say. Chorus. Don't you shiver, shiver, shiver. I'll always be waiting for you. So you know how much I need ya. But you never even see me, do you? And this is my final chance of getting you. On and on from the moment I wake. Did she want me to change? Chorus. Sing it loud and clear. I'll always be waiting for you. X3. Yeah, I'll always be waiting for you. And it's you I see, but you don't see me. And it's you I hear. So loud and clear. I sing it loud and clear. And I'll always be waiting for you. So I look in your direction. But you pay me no attention. And you know how much I need you. But you never even seen me. The whole common room started clapping loudly as she finished the song. That was so good, Parvati squealed, holding onto Seamus's hand once Calista had finished. Many people had been dancing. Harry had been watching her the whole time, a look of admiration glazed upon his face. Excellent, Fred bellowed, quickly showing disgust as George had just kissed Alicia. Thanks, Calista muttered, blushing furiously. At least they enjoyed it, she said to herself, placing her guitar in its case. It was late at night, and therefore she needed to sleep, not to ment. Ion Professor McGonagall had already come in and listened to the song, quickly making her even more embarrassed at her voice. I'm off to bed, Calista announced to Harry, Ron and Hermione, as they were the only ones left in the common room. All right, excellent job, Calista, Harry said, his eyes sparkling. Yeah, Calista. For a second there, I thought you didn't get it, Malfoy. She simply smiled, and toted her guitar and music box up the stairs. She put them away and crawled into bed, where she sat gazing at the stars on her poster that was hanging on the canopy of her bed. With one last smile, she turned over and fell asleep. No, I refuse to let you do magic. I absolutely refuse, her father bellowed, shaking the windowpanes on her house. Mother would have wanted me to. You said so yourself, she shrieked back, shaking with anger. They were in her father's office at their house in New York, back when she was 10. A week before, a letter had come by owl from the New York Wizarding Institute, requesting her presence at the school. The incident played out vividly before her, as she had had this dream many times since the actual event. In the end, all that was left was broken glass, a cut above her eye from where it had hit. How dare you bring your mother into this? Her father screamed, picking up the glass object and throwing it at her. She ducked, luckily missing the figure. In as it smashed into the wall behind her. She would have been disgraced. No, she would have been disgraced at you for hiding everything from me. Calista screamed back, her face still turning redder the madder she got. Slap. How dare you? Leave. Go. Up to your room. Her father yelled, stalking back over towards his desk. The cut above her eye she had just received was bleeding uncontrollably. Her father's engagement ring had cut her. Figures the 15-1/2-year-old watcher muttered to herself, as she watched the younger version run off. It will never end, Calista muttered out loud, then rolled over and fell asleep. She wasn't strong, her mother was. And it was a disappointment that she wasn't her mother. This will be my first time visiting Hogsmeade, Calista said, tucking her cloak around her tightly to keep the cold air from chilling her too much. What's it like down there? Beautiful, Fred beamed, a glazed look coming over his eyes. Harry immediately knew that he was thinking about Zonkos. It's classic Calista, murmured George Weasley, the same look on his face. Calista giggled and looked out the doors that had just been opened. The sky, which had yesterday been clear and sunny, was now a rusty gray. Rain today, little kiddies, Filch chortled, taking up the attendance list for Hogsmeade and letting them leave. It sucks that it has to rain on my first visit to Hogsmeade, Calista mumbled, glaring at Filch then up at the sky, as it had just started spitting water. At least the stores are inside, Harry chuckled, nudging Calista's arm with his elbow. She shot him a look that plainly said, no duh, Sherlock, and began walking. Once they crested the village of Hogsmeade, which was decorated black and orange streamers, Calista couldn't help but feel excitement. Where do we go first? Ron asked, looking between Zonkos and Honeydukes. Honeydukes. I want to get my month's supply of chocolate frogs before they tell me they ran out. Calista said merrily, strolling through the door into the packed store. She headed straight for the delectable frogs and picked up at least 3 boxes. She had to replenish the supply her aunt had sent her in her first week. Enough frogs there, Calista? Asked Dean as he filled the front of his robe with fizzing Whizbees. Looks like you don't have enough of those yet, Dean, Calista grinned, grabbing another bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Midnight snack. Once Calista had finished loading herself full of candy, they snuck back through the pouring rain to Zonkos, where they found Fred and George selling some familiar yellow-colored pastries. Here, Calista, try one of these, Fred muttered gruffly. The manager doesn't think they work. Calista bit into it and suddenly, with a loud squawk, became a canary. She couldn't help but laugh at herself in a mirror. If only father could see me now, she thought. After she had molted, the manager bought at least 5 dozen canary creams. Fred and George even gave Calista a few free ones. For being a good sport, George said, wrapping his arm around her. Neville always falls for him. Calista grinned and put the creams in her pocket. Harry had soon picked up one of the false wands that they had made last year. I'll take 2 of these and some dung bombs, Ron said, pulling a galleon out of his pocket, pointing at the wands. I like Hogsmeade, Calista said, a dreamy expression on her face. It brings me back to going into the wizarding world back in New York. What was that like? Asked Harry, entering the Hogshead pub. Ron kept stealing glances at Madame Rosmerta behind the counter. Oh, it was beautiful, Calista said, sitting at a table near the window. I had never seen so many things in one place. At first, I couldn't believe any of it was real. I had to keep pinching my arm. Harry laughed while Hermione swept to the bar to pull Ron and their drinks away. That is what it was kind of like for me going to Diagon Alley. I needed at least 8 more eyes, he said. The memory passing through his mind. Hagrid taking him on the wild cart ride to his own private vault. Buying Hedwig and his first wand. It seemed almost like yesterday, he thought to himself. Harry, Malfoy keeps on trying to hook up with me, Callista said, a worried expression on her face. I can't help but feel bad for what I did to him on the Quidditch field, you know, playing him like that. Malfoy is dating Pansy, Ron said, nearly dropping his pint because of the scowl Hermione was wearing. What is it with you? Nothing at all. I admire how you still flirt with Madame Rosmerta. Hermione muttered angrily, taking a healthy swig of the butterbeer before her. Hermione, we're friends. She's too old for me anyways, Ron mumbled, trying desperately to get on Hermione's good side. Besides, you are my girl. Harry immediately let out a loud snigger, which ended up with a hard punch in the arm from Ron. Ooh, we really should be heading back to the castle, Callista started. Knowing it would be a matter of minutes before Hermione and Ron kissed, something she didn't want to stick around for. You guys go ahead, murmured Ron, staring at Hermione starstruck. All right, Harry said, standing up and taking his and Callista's pints back up to the bar. You know, they kinda gross me out, Harry said, laughing heartily. I mean, it is cool they are dating and stuff, it's just all of a sudden. I'll turn around and see Ron kiss Hermione. That's not all of it, Callista said, thoroughly disgusted. Are you a deep sleeper, Harry? Yes, actually, it takes a lot to wake me up, Harry chuckled. Why? Well, I am a light sleeper, and one night I woke up, thinking either A, someone was sneaking into our room or B, someone was sneaking out. I peeked out my bed and saw Ron. Heading towards Hermione's bed, Callista said, sticking out her tongue. Harry's mouth opened wide. So that is why you, Hermione and Ron have looked kinda tired. Yeah, all they do is sit up and talk, maybe, make out. Callista stifled a laugh as they walked into the entrance hall. Let's drop our stuff off upstairs then, Harry said, surprised by the new development in Ron and Hermione's relationship. I hope the feast is fun, Callista said, tuning her guitar. This poster of yours is really cool, said Harry, laying back on Callista's bed and staring at the sunset that had appeared behind the dark gray clouds. Thanks, it was my mom's also, she strummed along with her guitar. I say we make up a song. Harry stared at her. Are you crazy? I can't sing. Neither can I. Come on, it would be fun. Callista said sheepishly, batting her eyes. Oh all right, Harry mumbled sitting up. Here, take this and start writing random ideas at the top, Callista said, beginning to strum a tune on her guitar. How about the jack-o'-lantern, in honor of the Halloween feast tonight? Harry asked, scribbling down the idea. Now you're in the spirit. Now, let's think of what to sing. Harry began writing random words until finally he showed it to Callista, who smiled. We need a beat, she whispered to herself, plucking random strings to find a good chord. Let's ask Fred and George to help us. They might think of something funny, Harry asked, jumping off her bed. Excellent, assuming they are back, Callista jumped off her bed and lugged her case down the stairs. Once they entered the common room, they found Fred and George laughing at the bag of goodies in front of them. Hey, Fred, George, come here. We need your help, called Harry, waving them over. What's up? Fred asked, looking mischievously puzzled. We are writing a humorous song to sing tonight, Callista said, pulling the guitar. Harry looked at her and smiled. We wanted to know if you would sing it with us. Fred and George smiled and sat down across from them, working like house elves until it was time for the feast to start. What are they doing? Why is there a guitar in the Great Hall? That is all, Callista, Harry. Fred and George could hear throughout the Great Hall as they walked up to a little platform. Dumbledore had magic there. All eyes were upon them, and Callista couldn't help but blushed as Harry. Fred and George put their arms on each other's shoulders. Can I have your attention? Callista said, her voice creating a hush. We here from Gryffindor Tower, feel it our dut. Why to provide entertainment this Halloween, Fred boomed amid sniggers from Harry and George, who both were shaking feverishly, trying to counteract their nervousness. Callista strummed her guitar once to make sure it was in tune. Then started to strum a slow tune while Fred kept introducing the song. Now, Please direct your attention towards an original song written by Mr. Harry Potter. A jack-o'-lantern song. George then stood on his tiptoes and read the sheet of parchment that Harry had written the original song on. There once were 3 boys who sat on a log. And soon hopping near them came an ugly green frog. It told them to sing a special song. For the lucky people of Hogwarts. At this, Harry, Fred and George began to sing in an out-of-tune way. There once was a jack-o'-lantern. Stuck in a garden, eating fertilizer and greens. Along came a child who felt it worthwhile to chop it away from its vine. The kid took it inside, and cut out an eye, a nose, an ear and a mouth. He then took the seeds and spread them with ease. And soon more pumpkins sprang out. So here ends our song. It took all day long to write it and figure it out. And Carista's new tune, slow as a prune, will make us all zonk out. The laughing from the students and faculty was enough to make any nearby Muggle villages wonder what they had just heard. Dust shook from the ceiling as all 4 of them bowed. Dumbledore, Flitwick and Sprout were howling with laughter while Lupin and McGonagall shook their heads and laughed. Even Snape had a look of mild amusement on his face. Harry blushed and grinned from ear to ear. While Fred and George had turned their heads into jack-o'-lanterns and started running around the hall, crashing into the walls. The laughter from this caused many to fall to the floor. I still can't believe we did that. Harry chuckled, strumming Carista's guitar. I think the funniest part was when George crashed into Snape with his pumpkin head and caused Snape to chase him. Carista laughed at the thought. They were now sitting on the common room floor by the fire doing the homework they neglected to do because of the feast. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Professor McGonagall still has to get over the shock of Gryffindors doing something like that, Harry said, plucking a string hard. You know, if there is one thing that is quite strange about that woman is that she is so strict with her own house, Carista muttered. Checking over her transfiguration work. We have to change our books into a small, non-vicious animal and back by the end of the week. Really? Harry whimpered, realizing he still had trouble with it. What book are you using? A History of Magic. I figure that I never really use it anyways and Hermione will let me read from hers. Maybe I'll use, I don't know. What book don't I use? Harry asked, flipping through his stack. Share with Ron, she said, flipping through her Transfiguration book one last time. Wow, the common room really emptied. Yeah, Harry said, watching as Carista practiced the magic words. What animal are you changing it into? A cat, if I can manage, otherwise, a snake, Carista muttered, making sure she got her spell right. A snake, Harry quivered, wondering why she would choose that animal. Did she know Harry was a Parseltongue? Yeah, I can, she paused. There was something about herself that she refused to tell him. What? Harry asked, noticing her sudden departure from the subject. Oh nothing, just me blabbering on again, Carista said as she raised her wand and said, Caddis. Instantly, the book in front of her turned into a dark grayish-blue kitten with gold eyes. Wow, she shrieked with joy, as the kitten peered intently up at her. That is so cool. How come it's a kitten? Harry asked smittenly, playing with the kitten's paws. Probably because my book is so new, she murmured, petting the kitten on its head. Ooh, I don't want to change him back, he's too cute. He is an adorable creature, Ari said, picking up the kitten that was about the size of his hand. I'll name him Quentin, Carista said, gingerly rubbing the kitten's back. Next time in Hogsmeade I'll buy another History of Magic book. Good idea, Harry said, placing the cat back on a pillow where it stretched luxuriously and kept playing with Harry's finger. Suddenly, the portrait door opened and McGonagall stepped in. What are you two doing up still? She asked, a smile playing across her cheeks. Practicing, Carista said, still rubbing the kitten's back. Well, how did you do this? Professor McGonagall asked, sitting in a chair by the fire and staring at the cat. Say hello to Quentin, my History of Magic book, Carista murmured, placing the cat in the professor's hand. I just transfigured him. Excellent work, Miss Flanagan, I must say. She cooed, petting the kitten on the head. The little show you two and the Weasley twins did this evening was very entertaining, I must say. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, putting more ink in his quill and adding to his potions essay. There is just one problem, Professor, Carista said, taking the cat in her hands. I don't have the heart to change him back. Well, if you want Give me the money for your book and I will pick you up another one tomorrow when I go to Hogsmeade, she offered, glancing at Harry's scroll of homework. I would like that, Professor, Calista said, groping around her robes for some money. Here you are, 3 galleons. I don't know how much they are here. All right, I'll be sure to remember to do this tomorrow, she murmured, placing the money in her pocket. Now the reason why I came up here is to offer you my sympathy, referring to. It's okay, Professor, Calista said quietly, looking down at the kitten Harry was playing with in front of him. I thank you. Well, I should be off to bed, she said, standing up to leave. Next week, we start transfiguration of solid objects into pets. I already give you full marks. Professor smiled warmly as she left the portrait hole. Well, that went good, Harry said, finishing up his essay. At least she didn't get mad at us for not going to bed. Yeah, I'll say, Calista said, returning to her star chart for astronomy. I need to check out 2 constellations on my poster, though. Cool, Harry yawned, writing something on his transfiguration sheet. I'm tired. Me too, Calista murmured, wiping her eyes with her hands. Harry, before we pack up, can I ask you something? Harry looked surprised. Of course. Do you like me? Harry was stumped at the question, yet he couldn't help but think about the dreams that he had about her. He looked straight into her eyes. Yes, I believe I do. Calista leaned forward and gave him a peck on the cheek. Harry immediately turned a flush shade of red, a smile dancing across his lips. I think I should go to bed right now, she whispered, turning a bright pink. After she had packed up her papers and books and moved the pillow that Quentin had been sleeping on, she started towards her dormitory. Calista, Harry asked, stopping her and Quentin before the door. Good night. Good night. She then headed up the stairs, a look of peace on her face. It was the first night in a long time that she hadn't had a nightmare, but instead a dream about her crush, Harry Potter. Calista awoke to find it cold. It had been at least 2 weeks since she had kissed Harry on the cheek. She couldn't help but think of him at the most awkward of moments, including since he was a babe, in her opinion. Potions today, Calista said, gingerly petting Petrie on the head, as he had just come down into the Great Hall to pay her a visit without a letter. Any suggestions on how to tell the poor guy that I don't feel well? What's wrong? Asked Lavender, who was still reading a note that Dean had sent her. Nothing. I just don't feel like slaving over another complex potion like he always makes me do, she said, feeding Petrie a rind from her bacon. Not only that, I don't want to catch Malfoy looking at me like a puppy dog that has been hit by someone. Don't worry about him, Harry muttered, losing sleep again because he had done his potions homework all night last night. He just doesn't get things like normal people. Hermione and Ron were still silently whispering. Every once in a while, Hermione would start giggling as Ron buried his head in her shoulder. They weren't much for conversation lately, including with holidays approaching rapidly. You know, I bet if we sang him another song, Fred goggled. Yeah, a nice slow one, George countered. Maybe even a blow-up doll to dance with, Fred sniggered, glancing sideways at Snape at the staff table. Even Malfoy would do, George chuckled, spooning more porridge in his mouth. Yeah, that would be brilliant, Jordan Lee said, his eyes glazing over as if he had another bright idea. Stun Malfoy and put a wig on him, and doll him up a bit. Jordan, I swear, you are smoking some bad stuff over there, Harry sniggered, chomping into his toast. No, think about it, Jordan said, laughing harder now. Oh, it would be so cool. I say we do it, Fred whispered. George and Jordan leaning in for more details. The stupid git would pee his pants. I say, we let them do whatever they want and grab our books, Calista murmured in Harry's ear while getting up from the table. Happy planning, boys. Fred, George and Jordan gave them a mischievous grin and went back to planning. Ron and Hermione jumped up to follow them as they left for their common room. Today we will be working on a special transfiguration potion. All of you will be doing an animal transfiguration potion while Miss Flanagan will be doing the human transfiguration potion, Snape boomed through the dungeon, making the already freezing room become colder. Get to work. Calista followed Snape into his private storage room to get the ingredients for her potion. I am extreme L. Why curious to find out how you got so good at potion making, Snape said, reaching up on a particularly high shelf to pull down a bottle of frog tongues. I like cooking if that helps, Calista muttered, looking around for the pickled lizard brains. Cooking doesn't mean anything when it comes to potions, Snape muttered, scooping a tongue onto a plate. It is more complex. I think you would be surprised how much cooking is like making a potion. It's almost like capturing someone's soul in food. Snape turned to look at her. No one had said anything like that before to him. He studied her closely as she took a pair of tongs of the wall to snatch a fairly good-sized brain out of the jar of lizard brains. What do you mean by that? Snape asked crudely. Well, think about it. I mean, you have to use fresh ingredients in order to get the best results in most recipes. The temperature does count for something. If it cooks too long, it becomes overprepared. Too short, underprepared. Color, presentation and smell are also big factors, she said, using one breath. She looked straight into his eyes as she said this. None of his students talked to him this way, even the Slytherins. They always looked down or away. They didn't even question him, most of the time. I guess you do have somewhat of a point there, Ms. Flanagan, Snape murmured, getting out powdered root cans. I wouldn't keep those in cans if I were you. Calista started, becoming reproachful at Snape's cold look. Why would that be? He snapped, unhinging the tin and taking out a spoon. Oxidizes the roots quicker. They won't be fresh for very long. She murmured, hoping to not upset him. Well, then what would you suggest? Snape said, becoming angry, or so she thought. Porcelain, ceramic, something like that, she said quickly. Looking around for rat spleens. HMPH, was all Snape said as they went back out into the classroom. She noticed Malfoy watching her carefully, a mysterious half-smile on his face. It was for the first time that she noticed Pansy Parkinson was sneering at her, much like the same face Snape had given her when she commented on the type of canisters he used to house his potions. You may begin, Miss Flanagan. Snape snapped as he walked away. She slowly lit the fire under her cauldron and poured distilled water into the cauldron. Too bad she is too ugly to realize that she cannot do anything. Pansy was saying to her ugly group of Slytherin girls. They were laughing and giggling at Calista as she slowly dumped the plate of porcupine quills into the potion. She isn't welcome at Hogwarts. Why can't she go back to New York to her daddykins? Calista could feel herself going red. The anger was starting to build into her face, she could feel it. It's all right, Calista, ignore her. Lavender murmured over her cauldron. Parvati, Seamus and Hermione were casting worried glances at her while Harry and Ron were silently fuming. Pansy, relax, Malfoy drawled, sounding half angry. Oh no, not now. Not when it's just getting interesting. I heard her mother disowned her when she was born because she was hideous. All the Gryffindors knew immediately that she had gone too far. Calista now stood straight as a board, her violet eyes now twinkling furiously. Hermione and Lavender took shelter behind their cauldron as Harry and Ron waited for the explosion, but it didn't come. Or at least in the form that they expected. Your mama is so fat, I had to take a train and 2 buses just to get on her good side, Calista said, turning and smirking at Pansy. Immediately, the Gryffindor side of the room was rolling with laughter. Even some of the Slytherins were chuckling, including Malfoy. Pansy, however, looked like she'd just been slapped. How dare you? She stuttered, a horrified look in her eyes. Oh yeah, Calista said, ready for another strike. Your mama is so fat, they had to grease a door frame and hold a Twinkie on the other side to get her through. The Gryffindors were crying, trying not to laugh. Dean banged his head on the desk just as Harry fell to the floor with laughter. Ron was shaking violently with a bout of laughter. What? Pansy was shaking. Everyone knew she was about to cry. Next time you choose to talk about someone else's mother, who just happened to die, Calista spoke clearly and coldly. Think before you speak, or you might cut your own tongue. Snape, who had heard the whole thing, did nothing and shook his head. Calista was now regaining the color back to her face, and wore a weak yet peaceful smile. As soon as the bell rang for class to end, Snape held Calista back. I wish to speak to you about today's incident, he said with a cold smirk on his face. Come with me. He's worth 2 detentions for insulting a Slytherin, Calista. Harry said as he quietly left. I'll wait for you outside. Okay, she said happily, putting all her books into her bag and approaching his desk. You wanted to see me? Yes. Why didn't you use magic to deal with Ms. Parkinson? Snape asked, a shrewd look on his face. Was this a joke? I never use my wand unless I absolutely have to, and besides that, it would be a shame not to use my prized yo mama joke in this situation, she said, unable to control a fit of laughter coming on. I must say, no matter how much I may try and favor the Slytherins, I am impressed by your control in such a situation. You may leave, Snape muttered, going back to reading the homework scrolls that he had collected that day. Thank you, Professor, Calista said, walking swiftly out of the dungeon to Harry, Ron and Hermione, who were waiting for her. That was excellent, Ron shrieked as they climbed up the stairs towards Transfiguration. Brilliant. How many detentions did he give you? Harry asked, a smile on his face from ear to ear. None, just a commendation about my handling of the situation and an applause for my yo mama joke. Hermione, Harry and Ron stood shocked. Ed in the corridor outside Professor McGonagall's room. He didn't even yell at you? Hermione asked quizzically as they sat down in the back of the classroom. Not even a word of hate. Nope, I think he has taken to befriending me, she said, sitting at her desk amidst the applause of her fellow Gryffindors. What are you all clapping at? Professor McGonagall stood sternly behind her desk, hands on her hips. She told of Pansy Parkinson in potions with a yo mama joke and Professor Snape didn't even take points off, let alone give her a detention, Seamus grinned, taking out his book. Impressive, Miss Flanagan. Few wizards know not how to use their mouths in a fight rather than fists or wands. Her eyes flashed over Harry and Ron who were blushing. Now, we are discussing transfiguration of solid objects into pets. Might I introduce Quentin, Miss Flanagan's flawless transfiguration of her History of Magic book. The whole class oohed and awed at a cute little kitten sat on the professor's cat. Calista couldn't help but grin. The day was beautiful. Calista woke up the next morning with a tapping on the window. She knew it must have been Petrie, so she tipped the window open big enough so he could fly in. The air that came in was freezing, and when Calista looked at the owl that had just flown in, he was practically shivering. Oh dear, Calista murmured, wrapping a blanket around the shivering owl. She then opened the letter that he had been carrying. Calista, unfortunately, I will not be bringing you home for the holidays. In light of bussiness and your stepmom, I cannot afford to bring you home. I hope you understand, Father. Calista dropped the note angrily onto her bed. Of course he wouldn't want me coming back, muttered Calista angrily, hastily flinging the hongi NGS away from her and heading down to the common room with Petrie cradled in her arms. It was a Sunday, thankfully, and as she looked out onto the grounds, she realized that the first snow was falling. She headed back upstairs to her dorm room and changed into some random robes and headed out the portrait hole to breakfast. Once in the Great Hall, she noticed that the teachers were awake and one Slytherin, who she immediately recognized as Malfoy. Snape, McGonagall and Dumbledore watched her curiously as she moved stealthily towards the Gryffindor table and sat down, not noticing the staff was staring at the bundle in her arms. She opened the blanket a little around Petrie enough to see that he wasn't shivering. Have some food, she murmured, picking up a piece of bacon which he hastily swallowed with a grateful hoot. She unraveled the blanket and Petrie stood on the table, looking nonplussed yet all right. All right, if you want to eat breakfast with me, you can stay, she said yawning as she buttered a piece of toast. Petrie stood on the table and started to fall asleep. Behind her, she could hear the shuffling of footsteps and realized someone was standing behind her. Hello, the voice drawled. Easily recognizable as Malfoy. Hi, she said thickly, as she had just had a spoonful of cereal. You staying over the holidays? He drawled on, sitting next to her. Maybe, she said, not bothering to look up, as she was reading the Daily Prophet that had just dropped in front of her. I might be too, maybe we can go to Hogsmeade together this Thursday. The boy asked, with a slight more enthusiasm in his voice. It was probably his billionth try to ask her out, and each time she got more amused. Why didn't he take the hint that she didn't like him? I don't know if I'm going to Hogsmeade. She glanced up at the staff table and noticed that some of the teachers were watching them. She quickly shifted her gaze at the crossword. 10-letter word for wanting, she muttered, taking a quill out of her pocket. Requesting, Malfoy said irritably. Why don't you talk to me? I don't feel the need to be romantically involved with someone who I probably won't see every day, and besides that. You don't like my friends. Carcita spoke harshly at Malfoy, staring straight at him. Malfoy seemed to draw back. Well, we'll see about that one, Malfoy muttered, strolling haphazardly out of the hall. He will drive me crazy, Calista said almost to herself. She didn't understand why he didn't get the hint. Staying over the holidays, Calista? Harry asked as he signed the sheet McGonagall handed to him. Unfortunately, yeah, Calista said with a smirk. Harry finished signing and handed it to Calista. He was kinda happy that she was staying. So are we, looks like we can have some fun with the Slytherins also. Ron said, with a large grin on his face. Calista looked at the list and noticed that Draco was staying the holidays, along with Pansy Parkinson. Well, this is all the students staying over holidays then, McGonagall said, rolling up the sheath of parchment. Looks like we will be able to have that party after all. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Calista shot McGonagall a sharp look. What party? Hermione asked, almost slipping out of her chair. Oh, it is a dinner party with some ministry officials on Christmas Eve, she said, packing up the papers that were still scattered across her desk. Dumbledore said that if only a limited amount of students were staying, then Hogwarts would host it, and those students would come. McGonagall looked at them worriedly, or so Harry thought. If you don't want to stay over the holidays for this party, then now is the time to say so. They all stood frozen on the spot, looking at the sheet of parchment McGonagall was clutching in her fist. At once, they all shook their heads no and left the room. Ooh, a party, Calista quipped enthusiastically. I've been to plenty of those in my day. Harry looked like he would be sick. A party, with ministry officials. Surely, he knew many of the officials already, but now he would probably meet all their families. Nerves shaken slightly, they sprinted to Charm's class, realizing they were 5 minutes late. Ron picked up a letter from his bed that had just landed there. He examined it closely before calling attention to it. Oye, Harry, look at your bed and see if you got one of these, Ron said. Nearly ripping it to shreds opening it. Harry picked up the envelope, which was written in the same green Hogwarts ink with the same seal on the back. Harry quickly glanced at Dean, Seamus and Neville's beds and realized that they hadn't received them, as Harry and Ron were the first in their dormitory since classes ended. Harry read the title on the front. Mr. H. Potter. Boys' Dormitory, Top Tower. Gryffindor House. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry, realizing what the letter was probably for, opened the letter. The Britain Ministry of Magic requests your presence at the annual ball, taking place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The 24th of December. Taking place on the front grounds. At 8 p.m. Formal robes required. Please RSVP with Professor Dumbledore, Headmaster. Ron and Harry both let out a slight cry of delight as they sprinted down the stairs. At the bottom, they met Calista and Hermione, both clutching the letters and running out the portrait hole towards the Ollery. Once there, Hedwig came and perched herself upon Harry's shoulder, as he wrote a reply. Professor Dumbledore, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Calista Flanagan and Harry Potter will be coming. Please make room for 4 more. Harry Potter. He then gave the letter to Hedwig, who swooped out the window and down. They then, considerably happier, went to the Great Hall for dinner. Inside the doors, they saw Hedwig up at the staff table in front of Dumbledore, puffed up proudly as she stuck her foot out in front of him. Dumbledore removed the roll of parchment from her leg and offered a gracious, "Thank you, Hedwig," then read the parchment. Harry could unmistakably see a smile creep across his face as he looked down at the Gryffindor table, looking for the foursome. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Calista sat down, and Dumbledore nodded his head then tucked the slip into his blue robes. They all walked down the slope to Hogsmeade, looking at the twinkling lights that were hung outside all the shops. Little flakes of snow were whirling around the cloaks, as people ran in every direction, trying to decide which way to go first. Honeydukes. No, Harry, let's go to Zonko's. Ron pointed excitedly, as they had to refuel on a lot of things since their last visit to Hogsmeade. Honeydukes first before it gets too crowded, Hermione said, walking the way to the gigantic candy shop. As soon as they entered, Ron immediately began shoveling scoops of candy into little paper bags. Calista was grabbing a few boxes of chocolate frogs, while Harry was looking at Bertie Bott's beans. Hermione couldn't help but see the love candies, as they could make someone in love for hours. She scooped some into a bag, and placed that in the little basket she summoned from the entrance to the shop. Soon after leaving Honeydukes, they were in Zonko's, buying pocketfuls of pranks. Hermione and Calista went into Troy's magical trinkets while Harry and Ron went straight for the Hogshead pub. The best pub, in Harry's opinion. Butterbeer. Ron murmured, going red at the sight of Madame Rosmerta behind the counter. He didn't stop to take Harry's order, but instead headed towards the bar, where he began striking up conversation. Soon after, Calista and Hermione struggled in the door, Calista holding a lumpy package and 2 bags, while Hermione was holding a larger bag. Both were giggling uncontrollably as they sat down next to Harry. "What's so funny?" Harry asked, cracking a smile as he looked at their faces. "She bought a dress robe for the party," Hermione giggled. "Really? Can I see it?" Harry asked, trying hard not to laugh at the memory of the robes Ron had received last year. "Nope," Calista replied, a twinkle in her eyes like he had never seen before. "Where is Ron?" Hermione asked, looking around the pub for him. "Up at the bar with his new girlfriend, Madame Rosmerta," Harry chuckled, pointing at the bar where Ron was leaning, striking a conversation with the lovely lady behind the counter. Hermione moaned, then got up to pull him away. "So," Harry said. This was the first time in a while that Harry and Calista had been alone together. "You, wanna go to the party with me?" Calista's heart skipped a beat. "I was wondering when you would ask," Calista muttered to herself. "Yes, who else would I go with, a chair?" Calista asked, an evil grin on her face. "I wouldn't be surprised if you did," Harry said, shaking with laughter. Calista hit him on the arm as Ron and Hermione were coming back to the table. "Hey now Calista, violence is not the answer," Ron said, sounding suspiciously like Percy. Hermione went ahead and hit him in the arm, a smile playfully appearing on her face. All 4 of them started laughing, as McGonagall entered the pub looking for spare Hogwarts students. "All of you, we are heading up to Hogwarts now," McGonagall said, looking at the humored expressions on their faces. Groping for any packages they missed, they slowly slopped up the street towards the grey castle perched on a hill. Harry couldn't help but be overwhelmed with happiness. "I say we have a snowball fight," Ron laughed, carrying Hermione's bags up the hill. "Not now. We have to put all this stuff away," Hermione cried, a pout appearing on her face. She then nudged Ron's arm and began laughing hard. "Oh, all right," Ron muttered, a grin shining on his face at the thought of impaling his girlfriend with a ball of snow. Calista, who had been walking alongside Harry, now glanced at him and laughed. Harry looked like he was 3 sheets to the wind in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Calista giggled, adjusting the packages in her arm. "Oh, just stuff," Harry said, swallowing a snowflake. He really was thinking about what kind of dress robe Calista bought. "What if it's gold?" he said to himself, glancing at the package as they headed up the steps into the entrance hall. "You're going to have to do better than that if you want to hit me." Calista laughed, dodging behind another snow shield she had built prior to the start of the fight. Ron and Hermione were chasing each other around, smashing snow all over each other. "Mr. Quidditch Seeker. Oh, that was low," Harry chuckled, hitting Calista square in the forehead with a large ball of snow. The faculty, who had been celebrating the end of term themselves, had come outside to watch the snowball fight in all its glory. When Harry had been hit in the chest by a gigantic ball, McGonagall couldn't help but laugh. "Don't kill him now," McGonagall laughed from the steps, sitting rather close to Snape. Dumbledore was watching merrily as Ron accidentally hit him with a snowball. Suddenly, Harry caught sight of Calista behind a shield and dove on top of her. Calista started laughing uncontrollably as Harry started to tickle her. "Off! Get off!" Calista moaned, trying not to cry from laughing so hard. "Never!" Harry yelled, bludgeoning her in the top of the head with a snowball. Calista managed to roll Harry on the bottom and hit him with a snowball in the forehead. "How does that feel?" she giggled, flopping next to him in the snow. Harry paused to think about it. That was fun. A lot of fun, Harry thought to himself, helping Calista up from the snow. He met with her eyes, which were glittering. He knew she had enjoyed it herself. They stopped and stared at each other. Hot chocolate. Professor Sprout called, a red glow upon her face. Yeah, Calista and Harry said, jogging up towards the front steps. Ron and Hermione, who had been off doing their own thing in the distance, came in also. I'll never understand how we did this, Calista murmured, realizing that it was the 24th only a few hours late. Oh no, Hermione, we've got to dress, Calista yelped, grabbing Hermione's hand and dragging her up the stairs in a flurry of snow. Looks like this will be interesting, Ron muttered, wiping snow out of his hair. It all comes down to tonight, Harry mumbled to himself, trudging up the flight of stairs. Okay, you know what? I am starting to think that this robe was a mistake, muttered Calista angrily as she slipped it on over her black dress. It's beautiful, murmured Hermione, stopping dead in her tracks to stare at the dress robe. It was a shimmering gold, not too bright, not too dull, and it was enough to make any boy faint. Then, maybe I should make my hair a tad darker, otherwise I would look like I took a bath in a tub of gold, she said, tugging on the ribbon in front of her robe. She then picked up her wand and muttered some words, which magically made her hair slightly darker than it was. She then parted her hair into 8 sections and twisted them, making a cornrow-like effect to the top of her head, where she tied it into a ponytail. Calista then started defining the individual ringlets that had fallen at the base of her neck. Pointing her wand at her ponytail, she muttered a few more careful words that made her ponytail a mess of curls, which she defined with some more axle grease. Well, she asked, turning to Hermione, who was charming her hair to stay while she slathered her hair into a neat bun. When she turned around, her jaw dropped. Harry is going to be so, wow, replied Hermione, not being able to suppress her smile. I still have one more thing to do, though, added Calista, as with a wave of her wand, a jet of sparkles shot out from her wand onto her hair. Well, how does it look now? Perfect, replied Hermione, awestruck by Calista's appearance. Are you ready? Good, let's go or we are going to be late. Harry and Ron stood at the door to the girls' dormitories, glancing up at the clock every few seconds. They were both fidgeting nervously, as now they were going to be in the company of some of the most respected men in the ministry. Suddenly, the door opened and Hermione entered the common room, wearing a look of happiness, yet obviously nervous. He didn't recognize the robes as the ones she wore last year. They were a dark purple, with tiny flecks of gold all along the fabric. Ron was positively starstruck as he took Hermione's hand and kissed it. She blushed furiously, as she turned to Harry. Oh, when you see her, don't scream, Hermione added, glancing up the stairwell. Harry directed his attention away from Hermione to notice a golden glow coming down the staircase. At first he thought it was a light from the dormitory until he realized it was moving. He gripped the chair next to him as a marvelous sight met his eyes. Calista was standing before him, in a beautiful golden silk robe. Her hair done up in curls and sparkling merrily in the light. She was blushing like Hermione as Harry held out his arm for her to take. Harry just couldn't take his eyes off of her. A sharp pain hit the back of his calf as he turned to see Hermione mouthing compliment her. He turned to look into Calista's violet eyes, which were also twinkling. She had a wide smile on her face as they walked through the corridor. Calista, you look amazing, Harry murmured. Just gorgeous. I clean up nicely, don't I? She asked, a smile glinting on her face. I didn't, Harry muttered, but Calista put up her hand. I was kidding, Harry, she chuckled. They soon entered the Great Hall, where Pansy Parkinson and Malfoy, along with all the professors, were waiting. Malfoy, who merely glanced up the stairs, did a double take. He was just staring at Calista. Her beauty seemed to be magnified to dynamic proportions as she approached. Professor McGonagall and Snape both stared at Harry and Calista. Dumbledore had a strange smile on his face, as he pushed the doors open and they all walked outside. Out in the crisp air, they saw a beautiful canopy, covered with winter flowers and fairies, who were dancing playfully across the top. Underneath this canopy was one long table. Silver plates were set all along it, along with more lights, that seemed to hover in mid-air. Calista and Harry sat down in the middle, followed by at least 20 more wizards, including Ron and Hermione. A babble of talk broke out, as different wizards and witches turned to each other. They were all with looks of happiness on their faces. Except for Lucius Malfoy and his wife, Narcissa. She was in conversation with an elderly witch next to her, yet Lucius was whispering hurriedly to the wizard W.H. O. Harry immediately recognized as Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic. "So Harry," Carista giggled in his ear, as Harry realized he had been staring into space. "How is your tea project going?" Harry immediately smiled. "This is actually kinda boring," he said quietly. "I think we shouldn't have come." "Harry, look at the bright side," she said, a slight quiver in her voice, as she was about to burst out laughing. "We get to speak to batty old wizards, who can't even magic their dentures to stay." Just when Carista had said that, Harry had taken a drink. The water sprayed out of his mouth into his hand, as they both shook with silent laughter. At the end of the table where Dumbledore was sitting, a small clinking noise sounded. Everyone down the table looked up to see Dumbledore beginning to rise from his seat. "Witches and wizards, esteemed comrades, I welcome you here. I hope you are all enjoying yourselves," Dumbledore said, with a wide smile. Everyone down the table murmured their approval, and he continued, "This year being an strange year so far, I find it lucky that once again we can all meet together. Under the circumstances," Harry glanced down the table at Lucius Malfoy, who had an evil smirk on his face. "I hope you all enjoy this wonderful meal, and afterwards, we will commence with musical entertainment. Dig in," he said triumphantly, hastily sitting down and digging into the roasted chicken that had just appeared in front of him. There was silence from the table, other than the occasional talk or laughter. After everyone had finished eating, music started to play in the distance. Everyone slowly started to rise from the table. "It's now or never," Potter Harry thought to himself as he stood up, then bowed to Carista. "May I have this dance, madam?" he said, sounding a little too stiffly. "Of course, my dear, of course," Carista murmured, scooting back her chair and standing. Ron and Hermione, as well as Pansy and Malfoy headed towards the dance floor. Harry looked over his shoulder and listened as Malfoy started whispering to his father. "That girl with Potter?" he asked with a sneer on his face. "Yeah, isn't she beautiful?" Malfoy said, star-struck. "Why would you let Potter date her? Get her Draco, I suspect she may be important." Harry's face turned red with anger. Carista noticed, and pinched his cheek. "Ow!" Harry yelped, turning even redder because people were staring. "What was that?" he started, yet once again Carista held up her hand to stop him. "Relax. You are really tense, Harry. Why are you so angry?" Carista said in his ear. "Malfoy, the toadstool. His father thinks you should be with his son." Carista stifled a laugh as they danced around the floor. "You know, if you looked at him in the right light, he does look a bit like a toad," she muttered. Again shaking with silent giggles. Harry, joining in her lead by laughing, tilted his head back and looked at the stars. The next song was of a quicker pace. Carista and Harry started dancing faster. Like many of the other witches and wizards were also. Carista let out a laugh as they joined hands and started spinning each other. Soon enough, the song changed to a slow tune. And many of the witches and wizards left the floor, tired and sweaty. Only a few older witches who had sat down at the fast song got up to dance, while Carista and Harry stayed. Ron and Hermione. One went to get something to drink while Malfoy and Pansy went to sit with Lucius. "Harry, this is the most fun I've had in a while," she murmured as the song played. "I know. I can honestly say this is the first dance with a girl that I enjoyed." She started blushing furiously as she looked up to the sky. "They are bright tonight," she said, adjusting her hand on Harry's arm. Harry looked up also. When he looked back, he saw the piercing violet eyes that he had dreamed about over and over, when he realized. "I've had a dream about this moment before," Harry realized, smiling. "You looked exactly like this. And we were doing everything that we are now." "And what happened in the dream?" Carista asked, grasping his arm a little firmer. By this time, most of the eyes were on them, as they were some of the only ones dancing. "Well," Harry said, not knowing whether to go on. "I let go of this hand, wrapped it around you, and, Carista asked, a grin upon her face. "We kissed," Harry said, immediately blushing after he had said it. Suddenly, Harry let go of her hand and wrapped it around her waist. He pulled her in tighter. She wrapped her arms around his neck. She looked into his eyes, and understood why she liked him. "I love you, Carista," he murmured, as they leaned in closer. "I love you," Harry Potter, she said, as they closed their eyes and kissed. In the distance, Harry heard a whoop and a gasp. He knew it was Ron and Hermione. They released their lips from each other, and slowly opened their eyes. He looked over at Ron and Hermione, who were both sitting there, astonished, yet giddy faces on. Smiling mischievously. Dumbledore and McGonagall were sitting, wide-eyed and smiling. Snape wasn't smiling, but he had a strange look on his face. Harry assumed Snape might have been kinda happy for him. But when Harry looked for Malfoy, he didn't see him there. Pansy was looking quite upset though. He knew immediately where he probably went. As the song sped up, more witches and wizards came onto the floor. Cornelius Fudge approached Harry. "You old dog you," Fudge replied, clasping Harry hard on the back with a wide smile on his face. "A regular ladies' man, if I do say so myself," said Dumbledore, sweeping by with McGonagall on his arm, who winked at Harry. Carista and Harry stayed on the floor until the evening ended, with no sight of Malfoy at all. They were laughing hysterically as they headed back up to the castle. "I can't believe you two," Hermione squealed. "Yeah, you should have seen Malfoy. He looked ready kill," Ron said, roaring with laughter. Carista couldn't help but blush. It was such a good feeling to be embraced in Harry's arms. She knew that when he said he loved her, he meant it. Harry could only manage a weak smile, partially because his brain was in override. He kissed a girl, and she kissed him back. It was a strange, yet good feeling. He then chuckled to himself. Ron and Hermione probably thought Harry and Carista did it on purpose, to make Malfoy jealous. Yet that wasn't the case. He really had feelings for her. They went to their separate dormitories. Once into bed, Hermione just had to ask, "So, how does it feel making Malfoy jealous?" Hermione muttered sleepily. Carista hadn't thought of that. Maybe she had to find out because she knew that Harry and Malfoy loathed each other. Carista snuck out of the room as soon as she was sure that Hermione was asleep. She then entered the door to the boys' dorm and carefully read the labels on the doors, looking for their room. Finally, she reached the top of the tower and pushed open the door. Ron was putting on his bathrobe and slippers. "Looks like we had the same thing in mind, Carista," Ron whispered as he nearly toppled out of sight putting his slippers on. "He fell asleep a few minutes ago." "What is the stat on Hermione?" "She's knocked out," she said, a faint smile upon her face. "Good luck. You too," said Ron, slipping out the door and closing it with a click. Carista wandered over to Harry's bed and pulled back the hanging. He was sprawled out and the sheets were all over the place. He didn't even remember his glasses. Carista laughed. She gently shook his arm. His eyes slowly opened as he focused in on her. "What, Harry?" he said, in one breath. "Merry Christmas," she said, smiling gently down at him. "What about Ron?" Harry asked, looking around. Even if the hangings were blocking his view. "He's, visiting Hermione," Carista said, the grin growing bigger. Harry was now sitting up in his bed and straightened his glasses. He looked at Carista. "She is so beautiful," he thought to himself, a small smile crossing his face. "So, what's up?" he asked, looking slightly puzzled at her sudden appearance in his room. "Just a question for you," she started, obviously becoming nervous. "About tonight." "Oh," he said, thanking the fact it was dark because he was blushing brightly. "That." Carista started to turn pink and started fumbling with the sheets. "Well, I like you, Carista. A lot, actually," he mumbled, still looking straight into her eyes. "That's all I needed to know, Harry." She then leaned in and gave him a short kiss on his lips and turned on her heel to leave. "Wait," he said, gently grabbing her arm. "Stay with me." She turned around and jumped into his bed and pulled the sheets around her. He sat on his knees and pulled hangings closed as they both lulled off into a peaceful sleep. Carista woke up with a dreamy look on her face. At first, she didn't know where she was until she looked next to her and saw a figure sitting up. He turned to look at her. "Merry Christmas," he said, taking her hand. She had a bright smile on her face, and now she felt as though she couldn't control it. "Merry Christmas," she said, slowly sitting up as he wrapped her in a hug. He then flopped down on the bed again, her embraced in his arms. "Did you sleep well?" he asked, staring at the canopy above his bed. "Yes, since there Was a considerable amount of snoring coming from this half of the bed. She laughed, poking Harry in the stomach. Dear, I almost forgot, presents. Harry and Calista sat up while Harry pulled open the hangings. At the end of his bed was a larger amount of presents than he had ever had. It was about 3 times as much as the amount he usually got. When he looked at Ron's bed, he realized that there was nothing, or anyone there. Isn't that cool? He muttered to himself as he picked up a package. The people who delivered these knew where you were. Calista hopped of the bed. Okay, this half is yours, I think, she said, taking a package from her side of the pile. Harry grabbed a particularly lumpy package, which he knew immediately was a sweater from Ms. Weasley. He unwrapped it and saw a brilliant green sweater with a golden snitch on it. That's pretty. It matches your eyes, she said, touching the sleeve of the sweater. Calista herself had picked up a lumpy package much like the one Harry had just opened. That is pretty, too, Harry said, looking at the sweater which was the same color as her eyes. You like it? She said, hastily pulling it on. It's beautiful. I must thank her. Harry then pulled out another box, which had also come from Ms. Weasley. He opened it and wafted the smell of more fudge from the box. He pushed the package and sweater onto his bed, muttering a thanks under his breath. Then reached for one from Ron. He opened it, and out of it came a box, with a picture of the Chudley Cannons on it. The Quidditch game, control your own team. Complete with a find able snitch. Bludger and Quaffle and a game field. Geez, this is cool, Harry mumbled, his eyes wide with delight. It is, Calista said, looking at the top of the box. Calista was already having fun unwrapping an unmarked present. It was small, like a jewelry box. I wonder who sent me this? Calista asked, dumping a velvety box onto the floor. I didn't, and it doesn't look like Ron or Hermione might have, Harry said, staring at the mysterious box as if it were about to jump up and eat her hand. What's in it? Calista opened the box and found a beautiful silver necklace with a thin chain and a little vial hanging from it. The vial had a purplish liquid in it. What's in it? Harry asked, glancing at the surprised look on her face. It's obviously some type of potion, Calista started, carefully unscrewing the top. She sniffed it and drew back. What kind of potion is it? Harry asked, a startled look on her face. It's a love potion, Calista murmured, carefully rescrewing the lid on the vial and placing it back in the box. Someone is planning something. Harry knew immediately who had sent it, Malfoy. His face grew red with anger as he grabbed another parcel and began shredding it open. Harry, relax. We'll play his little game, Calista said, a mischievous grin appearing on her face. She carefully picked up the necklace again and walked over to the bathroom. She opened the vial and poured it down the sink. She proceeded to wash it out and put something else purplish in the water. Shampoo, Calista murmured at the look on Harry's face. Smell it, it's raspberry. Harry sniffed its contents and let out a laugh. Funny. I think he will be very disappointed. I'll wear it tonight at dinner. I want to see the look on his face, Calista giggled, continuing with her presents. She then pulled out another jewelry-sized box. It's from you, she murmured, pulling the paper off carefully. Another jewelry box fell out. The writing on the box read Evelyn's Jewelry Hogsmeade. Oh, Harry. Inside the red velvet box was a silver ring, with an inscription on the inside. Where? Why? Oh, Harry. She said, wrapping her arms around him. She read the inscription on the inside, "You're the one I love, Harry." I thought you might enjoy it, Harry whispered in her ear. Because I love you. Tears were silently rolling down her cheeks as she slipped the ring on her finger. Thank you. He pulled her into his lap and gently kissed her. A firecracker exploded in Calista, who was so happy that she couldn't hide it on her face. I say we keep unwrapping gifts, Harry said, helping Calista out of his lap. Yeah, so that other people can get through, Carita giggled, his face still fuchsia. Harry kept unwrapping his presents, eventually getting to Calista's gift. A stone, Harry said, chuckling slightly. What does it do? You hold it in your hand, she said, closing Harry's hand around the heart-shaped stone. And if it glows and gets warm, someone is thinking of you, or madly in love with you. The stone in Harry's hand became warm, at least almost hot. He glanced at Calista who was staring at him, lust in her eyes. If they don't like you, it goes blue and turns ice cold. The stone was still shimmering pink in his hands. Kind of like a mood ring. Yes, she murmured, letting go of his hand. There's more in there, you know. He pulled out a case of chocolate frogs. Then a handmade picture frame. You are tough to shop for, you know. Harry stifled a laugh and looked into the frame. In it was a picture of Harry and Calista on the dance floor from the ball. Before I went to bed. McGonagall gave me that picture, Calista said, pointing at the angle it was taken. The Harry and Calista in the picture kissed, then turned around. Harry looked up and smiled while Calista blushed furiously. I love it, Harry murmured, taking Calista into his arms. Thank you. You're welcome, she whispered, hugging him tight. You mind if I go change? Calista asked, dragging her gifts across the floor to the door. No, actually, I want you to go down to the Great Hall in your pajamas, Harry chuckled, helping her slide her stuff out the door and down the stairs. I know. Frankly, I think a tank top and shorts is the only way to dress, she giggled as they slowly made their way up the girls' dormitory together. Once they reached the top, Calista shoved up and the door to find Hermione and Ron making out feverishly on Hermione's bed. Wow, I would never have thought that you would have it in you, Harry chuckled, moving the sheet piled with gifts into Calista's bed area. Hermione and Ron had jumped of each other and were now cleaning up, muttering about knocking. Merry Christmas to you too, Calista muttered, beginning to put everything away. I say, we must do something entertaining for Christmas, Ron said, jamming paper into an overflowing wastebasket. Calista sat deep in thought on her bed. You guys remember that song I sang when we won against Slytherin? The "Destroy My Sweater" song. That really funny one, Harry asked, going pink in the face. The one like, if you want to destroy my sweater, pull this thread as I walk away. Yeah, Hermione said, catching on to what Calista was getting at. The faculty were all gathered in the main hall, waiting for the 4 absent Gryffindors. There was only one table set up as there was very few of them there. Albus, I think that we should go up and see what they are up to, McGonagall said, glancing at her watch then at the door. Maybe we can expel them, Snape mumbled under his breath, also glaring at the door. Off in the distance, singing could be heard echoing throughout the halls. What the, Snape said, turning his whole body to the door as the voices got louder. If you want to destroy my sweater, bellowed Ron, who then started laughing hysterically, as if he was drunk. Harry and Ron waltzed into the hall, arm in arm, swaggering as if they were drunk. Pull this thread, ha ha ha, as I walk away, Harry yelled, keeling over laughing. All the professors started laughing, including Snape. Watch me unravel, I'll soon be Naki, Ron yelled, collapsing to the floor. Lying on the floor, Harry shrieked with laughter as he pointed at Ron. I've come undone. Calista and Hermione straggled in the door of the hall laughing so hard that tears were pouring out of their eyes. Dumbledore was shaking his head fervently, trying hard not to fall out of his chair while McGonagall and Snape were in a silent fit of giggles. Malfoy was simply staring at the chain around Calista's neck. Isn't it working? He muttered, wondering why she wasn't in his lap already. Calista meandered over to the table clutching her side. She set her guitar down on the floor under the table, till clutching her side giggling uncontrollably. Soon, Harry and Ron had gotten off the floor and sat down at the last remaining places. Well, Dumbledore chucked, looking at Harry and Ron, who were still having silent fits. Now that the drunks have joined us, we may begin. Harry and Ron laughed hard at this last statement and began to wolf down the food. Calista had pulled out her guitar and was tuning it. Well, what shall we sing first? McGonagall asked, looking at Calista's guitar perched in her lap. I can teach you all the sweater song, she giggled, taking a sharp glance at Harry, who banged his fist on the table. All throughout dinner Malfoy had been staring at her. The potion, which had been replaced by soap, was unnerving him. That is a pretty necklace, Sprout said, taking hold of the chain and examining it. Who gave it to you? I have no clue, she said, even though she knew perfectly well who had sent it. Malfoy's eyes had wavered slightly as she said this. Rista knew he wouldn't be able to keep it anymore. Whoever sent it to me gave me an excellent raspberry body wash, Calista said, a glint of laughter in her eyes. Malfoy's eyes narrowed into slits. He knew that she must have done something. Pretty, Sprout murmured as she let the chain fall from her hands. What shall we sing? asked Calista, strumming the guitar gently. Something funny, Ron answered, causing Harry to snort pudding onto his plate. I think I agree with Ron, Dumbledore said, his soft eyes twinkling merrily. I don't know if I can sing, play something fast and funny, Calista said. The sleep starting to come faster into her mind. Play what you feel, Dumbledore murmured, looking tired himself. All right. This is a song that I know, it's a Muggle song, so, Calista mumbled, pulling the guitar closer. Everyone was now watching her closely. Sharing with us what he knows. Shining eyes are a greater moon. And all around him water flows. Her voice seemed to flow across the table and through the hall. Essence of a child. He's born to shimmer, born to shine. He's born to radiate. He's born to live, born to love. We'll teach him how to hate. Ron and Hermione were slow dancing off the table and the teachers sat staring at her play. The way she shimmer, the way she shines. The way she radiates. The way she lives, the way she loves. The way she never fades. Harry sat, his heart filling with such a love for her. One he had never felt for her. The time will never change. So here's to looking back. To keep these demons off my back. I want to shimmer, I want to shine. I want to radiate. I want to live, I want to love. I want to try not to hate. Once she had finished with the song, she began playing Christmas carols, to which Dumbledore and Flitwick sang merrily too. Malfoy and Pansy saw tea silently fuming at the end of the table, waiting for it all to end. Well, I must say, I am quite tired, Calista murmured, stifling a yawn and putting the guitar in its case. Yeah, me too, Ron said, watching Hermione who had fallen asleep against his shoulder. You must tell me, Calista, why must you go around flaunting yourself with Potter? Malfoy spoke harshly, ignoring Pansy's angry stare. I would have thought that coming from a more distinguished family would have taught you better. The whole table froze and stared at Malfoy. Calista, who was still on the floor clasping the case closed, stood up. How dare you say something like that to me, Calista seethed, the anger showing in her face. She half looked like she was going to explode. I would have thought that you would know how distinguished families are supposed to act. Malfoy, who had once been grinning, now stood up also. His rage seemed to tower over her. I like you and you fail to recognize me for it, boomed Malfoy, staring her down. Recognize filth like you. The whole table had gone quiet. Dumbledore sat watching everything closely. Snape and McGonagall were looking at him to see if they should break the fight up, but he simply shook his head. Like me. How can you say that? My father offers a distinguished end. To those who like power, Calista yelled, the stars shifting slightly in the sky. Why you, I wouldn't be surprised if your tongue got cut, Pansy shrieked, her face boiling as red as Malfoy's. Stay out of this, you over-pickled tramp, Calista said shrewdly, taking her gaze back to Malfoy. Snape was now moving edgily on his seat. His face had gone pale and he was grabbing his left arm. Why can't you recognize that I don't like you in that way? I would have thought it'd be obvious. The train, the Quidditch match. Me bitch slapping you in the hallway before meals. Calista said, flicking the few lost tendrils out of her face. Have you no decency to leave me in peace? Malfoy, who had there seemed to understand what she was saying. He carefully stared around and thought. Then, as if someone had clasped a shackle around his wrist, he pounded the table. You listen to me, Flanagan. You've chosen the losing side with Potter. You had your chance in the beginning, yet now you've lost it, you hear me? You've lost it. Calista drew back. She knew he had said something he shouldn't have by the way Snape had stood up. Dumbledore looked as if he would have impaled Malfoy himself. Malfoy and Pansy stampeded out of the Great Hall. I should have known, Calista muttered to herself. I should have seen it sooner. She grabbed her guitar case and ran out of the room. Where did Malfoy get the sense to say something like that? McGonagall whispered, clutching her heart. His father is a Death Eater. Snape said coldly, backing away from the table. Of course, it all makes sense. What makes sense, Severus? Dumbledore said calmly, staring at Snape. What does? Not here. I can't tell you here. Dumbledore and Snape left the hall. Remember after the Triwizard Tournament when you asked me to go back to being a Death Eater? Snape said shallowly, trying not to think about it. He was sitting on the couch next to McGonagall, whose eyes had suddenly grown wide. Well, the Dark Lord accepted me back. Dumbledore nodded his head, begging Snape to continue. Well, Lucius Malfoy, being in the inner circle still, told me about someone at Hogwarts that Draco had been talking about, Calista. Snape shifted his weight and continued. Well, Lucius felt it important to keep her safe. And since I am double spy, that was my job handed down from the Dark Lord. He wants her and Potter. Dumbledore nodded his head in understanding, but Snape stopped him. But wait, there's more. Dumbledore looked up, a twinkle unlike anyone had ever seen in his eyes. McGonagall had a surprised look on her face as Snape went on. Calista had chucked her guitar on the floor and flung herself on the bed, causing the stars in her poster to rattle. How dare he say such a thing, she mumbled, tears pouring down her face. In front of everyone like that. It makes me so mad. The clock on her nightstand gave off midnight when finally Hermione came upstairs, only it wasn't Hermione. Calista, Harry murmured, walking past the beads that hung from the ceiling to the floor, dividing our unusual space from the rest of the room. Her hangings were drawn tight and he could hear sobbing coming from within. Talk to me. She slowly reached up and parted the hangings with her fingers. The moonlight from her poster was pouring across her features, she looked simply beautiful. Harry moved the hangings over some more before sitting on the edge of her bed. Don't listen to Malfoy, I think he embarrassed himself more than he did you, Harry said, moving a stray hair away from her face. You handled him very well. Calista lay back down on the pillow and stared up at the stars. I wished I understood many things, Harry. Calista muttered, more tears forming in her eyes. Like what? He whispered, moving closer to her and closing the hangings behind him. Like why my mom had to die, why auntie and uncle died. Why you like me, why my wand doesn't work, she laughed, causing another tear to pour down her face. I also want to know what my mom was going to tell my father before she died. What do you mean? Harry asked, puzzled by her last question. I keep having this dream that I am sitting in the hospital, my mom is on her deathbed and my father and my 10-month-old self are sitting beside her. She wants to tell my father something, very important, but he was enraged. He had just found out my mom was a witch. Harry was quiet for a moment. He had never heard about this before. And he was almost positive that Hermione, Lavender and Parvati didn't know about it. He lay down next to her and stared at the stars also. She passed on before she had a chance to say anything. At this Harry tilted his head so that he could see Calista. She was smiling peacefully as a shooting star blazed across the sky. He wrapped his arm around her and she snuggled close to him. I've always wondered what my parents were like, he said, looking up at the moon, which wasn't exactly full, yet close. Everyone tells me that they were great people. It was now Calista's turn to look up at Harry. She knew he was getting emotional, just by the way he bit his lip trying not to cry. If only I could help you, Harry, she said to herself, looking back up into the sky. Before long, they had drifted off into a peaceful sleep. The next day, Calista awoke to find the sunrise peeking behind a corner. Harry was still asleep, snoring quietly by her side. Then she laughed to herself, pulling the covers closer. Lulling back into sleep. Where is Calista? Asked McGonagall, staring down the table at an empty spot next to Harry. Sleeping, for all I know. Maybe even catching up on her pint of Haagen-Dazs, Harry mumbled. Sleep still trying to overtake him as he ate his breakfast. Malfoy and Pansy looked unusually silent this morning. Maybe Snape whipped him, Harry muttered to himself, remembering what he had said last night. A strange sound was coming down from the second corridor, almost like music, really loud, Muggle music. Suddenly, the door burst open, and in slid Calista in her pajama pants and shirt. Along with some fuzzy rainbow socks, the ones Harry found particularly funny because each of the toes were defined. When it's over, that's the time I fall in love again, Calista bellowed. Carrying a pint of mint chocolate chip in her open hand, the black music box in her other. She was dancing all over the place. And when you go 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 go, I know, it never ends, all the things that I use. She stopped dead, pressing the stop button on the box and looking around. Sorry, I didn't think anyone else was in here, being as it's 10 o'clock, she stuttered, hiding the pint of ice cream behind her back. Her eyes were puffy and her face looked a mess, not to mention her hair, which was flying all over the place. I'll just be heading back upstairs now. Nonsense, said Dumbledore, an amused look upon his face. We don't care how you look. Snape was looking as if he was smiling behind his hands, just as McGonagall was trying hard not to laugh. Professor Flitwick had fallen of his chair, laughing hysterically on the floor. Blushing furiously, Calista headed over to the empty spot at the table. Even Malfoy had the same love-struck look on his face. I got a little, preoccupied, Calista murmured, buttering a slice of toast. I like that song you were singing too, please put it back on, Dumbledore said, a chuckle escaping his mouth. Harry just sat grinning at Calista. Hey there buddy. I wouldn't be laughing there, Calista said, looking serious yet faltering greatly. He who snores under the moon. Ron snorted into his drink as Hermione hid her face in her hands. Calista took the pint of ice cream and placed it in front of her, then burst out laughing. Harry blushed furiously. I think it was because of your singing, you kinda sound like a banshee when you sing and you are depressed. Harry laughed, causing Calista to hit him on the arm. Ron and Hermione were bawling with laughter as the teachers looked at them strangely. Funny, at least I can't sing, unlike Harry Potter here. Who sounds like he swallowed a walnut whole. Calista almost slammed her face into the plate in front of her. She was laughing so hard that her rib cage was being broken in half. Ron had fallen out of his chair and Dumbledore was laughing heartily. The teachers sat chuckling merrily, all except Malfoy and Pansy, who simply sat pushing the food around their plates. All Harry could do was blush. Don't you like it when I sing like that, darlin'? Harry said, his voice sounding shrill and feminine, much like a girl, batting his eyelashes furiously at her. Calista sat giggling, her face rigged with laughter. Thank you, Mr. Pillsbury Doughboy. Calista let out another laugh as everyone stared at her. Oh, sorry, it's a Muggle brand of food. It's pre-made, and all you have to do is cook it. They all nodded their understanding as they kept eating their breakfast, listening still to Sugar Ray. Calista leaned her back once again against Harry's on the biggest couch in the common room. She had in front of her some food that she had cooked up herself in the kitchen, with an army of house elves watching her every move, curious about what she was doing. Now, these are hot. And these are simply cheese and onions, Calista said thickly, taking a bite of the cheese bread she had made. She passed the Louisiana hots to Harry and began chewing mercilessly on the bread. Wow, these are really good, Harry muttered, poking more of the hot sausages onto a toothpick and eating them happily. That's nothing, try the cheese bread, it's delicious, Calista said, also handing over the plate of bread, which, to her liking, Harry nearly ate all of them. A little hungry, aren't we? Yes, Harry muttered, picking up another Louisiana hot. He wished that he had some of these hors d'oeuvres. Calista laughed and settled deeper into the couch. In front of her lay the photo album Hagrid had given him at the end of his first year. She sat silently flipping through the pages until she came across one of Harry. His father and mother. He is so cute, Calista murmured, gently touching the sleeping baby in Lily's arms. You're quiet, for once, Harry chuckled, sitting up tea. Oh, put the plate on the coffee table in front of them. Calista, being caught off guard, fell backwards, her head in his lap. She slowly relaxed as Harry sat back, blindly touching her hair. I wish I could have met your parents. Calista murmured softly. I wish you and I both could have, Harry said, his eyes starting to tear up slightly. He knew, for some reason, that he could trust Calista with everything. Calista sat up and rearranged the plates on the coffee table. Harry knew she was about to cry, just by the way her head hung down so that her hair was covering her face. Calista, Harry murmured, trying to pull her back down. She turned to look at him, yet froze. Someone is in here, Calista muttered, taking out her wand. She was looking at a bench seat by the window. I think now you are paranoid, Harry said, giggling slightly. No, look, at the bench over there, Calista said, pointing at the seat with malice. Whoever is over there, come out, otherwise I'll blast your ass through the window. Suddenly, Harry noticed what she was talking about. There were 2 lumps on the cushions where 2 people would be sitting. Harry pulled out his wand also, pointing it at the window. All of a sudden, Lupin and Sirius appeared, scared looks on their faces. Hey man, don't blast us away, Lupin said, his face softening into an amused expression. Didn't mean to scare you, only wanted to say hi. Yeah, By hiding under a window near a full moon, Harry said, the color returning to his face and breath coming back to normal. Sneaking in, Sirius chuckled, crossing the room to where they had been lounging. Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, escaped convict at large and former high prankster of Hogwarts. Pleased to meet you. He stuck out his hand and shook Carista's. She smiled pleasantly, and they sat down. I heard you had food, Sirius laughed, glancing at the almost empty plates. He reached down and stole a Louisiana hot from the bowl. Wow, this is excellent. Well, it was an old. What Carista was about to say, they never knew, because at that moment, McGonagall burst into the Gryffindor common room. Sirius, Lupin, she began pausing at the sight of Carista and Harry. Continue. I am sure they can hear, Lupin said, a trace of fear mounting on his face. They've found Peter, she spoke, her voice a harsh whisper. Sirius immediately changed into P. At foot while Lupin grabbed his wand and they both ran out of the office. Come on, Harry yelled, grabbing Carista's arm and jerking her out of the common room. They sprinted down the stairs. And along another corridor until they saw the entrance hall, along with Snape and Dumbledore, who was holding a glass jar large enough for a rat. Yes, Harry yelled triumphantly, sliding down the banner. Carista was confused. Who was Peter? Harry, Carista, Dumbledore spoke with a hint of triumph in his eyes. Say hello to Peter, more affectionately called Wormtail. Carista suddenly realized whom Dumbledore was talking about as she looked down at the rat. Well, if rats can visibly shake, then my guess is that he is trembling, Sirius beamed, rapping on the glass, causing the rat to squeal with terror. When will Fudge be here? Asked Dumbledore, glancing at the watch on his wrist. He said within the next hour, sir, Snape said, glaring at the rat coldly. He shifted his gaze towards Sirius. A look of loathing spreading through his eyes. So, now that you have Wormtail, Sirius will be free. Carista said, staring at the rat with awe. He doesn't even behave like a rat. McGonagall, Dumbledore, Snape. Sirius and Lupin stared at her. She knows what she's talking about, trust me. When she first met Sirius in his animagus form, mind you she hadn't known about him or met him before, she knew he was a human. Harry said in one breath. She almost went back into his office after him. Dumbledore smiled, and turned his attention to the rat, which was clawing violently at the jar. Shouldn't have come into the forest, Peter, he whispered softly at the glass. Can we have a chance to talk to him? In his human form, Sirius asked, cracking his knuckles. I think that can be made available, Dumbledore said. Turning to look at Sirius, who looked as though he had just entered Zonkos for the first time. He then dumped the wand into his hand and muttered a spell. The rat seemed to shiver. Then, Sirius, Lupin, McGonagall, Snape and Dumbledore pointed their wands at him and muttered another curse, causing Peter to basically unravel from a rat to a man, right before their eyes. Peter, who was sitting on the floor, was sobbing uncontrollably on the floor at their feet. Harry watched the man shield his face from them, trying to hold back tears of guilt. I'm sorry, Sirius, he whimpered. More tears gushing out of him. You murderous git, how dare you apologize to me? Sirius bellowed, lunging for the man. No, I forbid it, Dumbledore said softly, grabbing Sirius by the wrists. I want to speak to Dumbledore alone, Peter stuttered, gazing up at Dumbledore. Very well then, Dumbledore said, all feeling in his eyes gone. He ushered the group into a private room of another corridor. Sirius was shaking with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. He shouldn't live, he said, the shaking becoming more intense. He should die a very, very painful death. Sirius, get it together. Carista said reproachfully, watching as Sirius' eyes reduced themselves to slits. McGonagall, Snape, Lupin and Harry were watching, waiting for her to continue. No, think about it. If you kill him now, then you will never be free, she said quietly, her voice shaking slightly, scared of the black-haired man. She has a point, Black, Snape said, clutching his robes. Kill him now. You will have to be a dog for the rest of your life, not like you aren't already. Sirius, hands unclenched slowly and he sat down next to Lupin, deep in thought. Carista sat, silently pretending she was strumming guitar. She really wished she had it with her right now. Severus, Minerva, you may want to come in here and listen to this, Dumbledore said, a surprised and worried look on his face. They hurriedly left the room. Wonder what that's about, Lupin said, glancing at his clock. I also wonder when that thick-headed bloke from the ministry will get here. Not soon enough, Sirius muttered, glancing at his hands folded neatly in his lap. Must we tell them? McGonagall said in a harsh whisper in the hallway. No, not now. We must find out if it's true first, Dumbledore said quietly. Sirius and Lupin looked up at the door, while Harry's eyes narrowed with focus on the conversation. Sirius, Lupin, you may enter, along with Calista and Harry. They all arose and walked out through the door into the familiar circular office. Snape, McGonagall were looking rather placid after Dumbledore's talk with them. Harry wanted to know what Pettigrew said. Well, Calista said, glancing quickly at the sobbing man on the floor. Well, what? Snape said, an unusual pitch in his voice. Whatever Dumbledore found out must have been very good news. What did he have to say? Calista continued, sitting on the couch next to Harry, who simply looked ready to kill Wormtail himself. That, Ms. Flanagan, is what we cannot tell you, Dumbledore said, a strange glint in his eyes. We will first find out if it's true, and then we'll tell you. Calista nodded her understanding and laid her head upon Harry's shoulder. Young girl, please listen to me, Wormtail said through hurried sobs. The Dark Lord, he's after you. You must release me. Calista stared coldly into Wormtail's eyes. What did you say to her? Harry bellowed, standing up from the couch. What? I didn't hear you correctly. Harry. Calista, I think you should leave, Dumbledore said, piercing Peter with his gaze. Now. No, Dumbledore, why you must tell her, she is in danger. Pettigrew squeaked, his eyes releasing more tears. Please. Why you must release me. Calista turned to face Pettigrew. What was he saying? Why was he saying it? You are lying, Calista said quietly, while she turned sharply and walked out of the room. No, wait, you must listen, Pettigrew screamed, attempting to wiggle free from the ropes Dumbledore had put around him. But it was too late, Calista was gone, and wasn't coming back. He asked me to do this, Calista repeated, staring down at her Transfiguration homework. So, I think it would be wise if I did. Why did he ask you? Harry said, reviewing his plant names and locations carefully. Because, apparently I am one of his most advanced students, whatever that means, she said sarcastically, shutting her book and rolling up the parchment in her lap. The last few days were uneventful, except for Sirius' name being cleared, once and for all. After Dumbledore had announced this to the school, Sirius had been walking around in his new robes, showing the Weasley twins some pranks and bothering Harry and Calista as much as possible. Well, Snape sure has his work cut out for him then, doesn't he? Harry smirked, covering his face with his hands to shield himself from Calista's wrath. Well, he said I will be an excellent potion maker, if only he could move me up to the 7th year potions class, but Dumbledore won't permit it. So, if he offered me this private lesson, I would be able to take some different classes next year. Lengthy explanation, Harry muttered, crossing out something with his quill. He then threw a pile of paper on the floor and started again. Calista giggled, then went up the stairs to retrieve her necessities for class. Are you sure you don't want to come? Calista asked, hauling her cauldron behind her. I really can't come. I have to study for the quiz in herbology tomorrow. I'm sorry, Harry said, jumping up to give her a peck on the cheek. Have fun. Calista shot him a look that clearly said, just wait until I get back to you, Harry, and flung her cauldron out the portrait hole. Once outside the door to the dungeons, which unfaithfully was locked, she dropped her cauldron and sat. Why is it so cold? Calista muttered angrily, wishing she had brought her cloak, yet wrapping her robes around her tighter. Not soon enough, the swishing of cloaks could be heard and she stood up. Finally, she said to herself, picking up the cauldron again. Ah, Miss Flanagan, pleasure to see you so freezing, Snape said icily, pulling keys out of his robe. But there was someone else with him. Mr. Malfoy will be, working with us, also. Calista stared at Malfoy, the anger starting to surge through her. How thoughtless, she muttered, pulling the cauldron inside the classroom. Please take out all of your supplies. And we will get started, he muttered, moving back to the storage closet. Callista set her cauldron down, yet once again, and pulled out her books and supplies. Draco say. Emed to have a tougher time lifting his cauldron. He barely had it in the door before he turned around and kicked it. Damn metal, he shrieked, grabbing his toe. Callista trudged over and gracefully picked up the cauldron, causing Malfoy to stop and stare bewildered as she placed it across from hers. Quit complaining, she muttered, smiling inwardly at lifting more weight than Draco could manage. All right, Malfoy, are you ready or not? Snape said, a bemused expression on his face. He had taken out a book that Callista didn't recognize. She immediately knew it was a potions book, but there was no title on it. Thank you, Miss Flanagan, for being prepared. Callista smirked, and started arranging her potions in order that she most commonly used them. She picked up a small jar and turned it over in her hands. Damn it, I knew I should have bought some more in Hogsmeade, Callista muttered, placing the jar back in its line and continued rearranging the jars. You need more porcupine quills? Malfoy asked, taking up his jar and looking it over. I have plenty. No, you might need them in the future. I, being the blonde airhead I am, need to buy more, she said, thumping her 1,000 magical herbs and fungi in front of her. Thanks for offering. Snape casually looked her over, then opened the book he had set on the table. Now, today we will be working with Veritaserum. You will make it, and we will test it on some unlikely candidate, he said softly, flicking to a page in the book. You will have 2 hours to make it. I will be watching. Callista took 7 of the jars in front of her out of line and moved the rest a safe distance away. She then proceeded to light her cauldron and filled it a quarter ways full with distilled water. Malfoy was carefully reading over the ingredients, and muttering words to himself. Flanagan, are you not going to read the ingredients? Snape asked, glancing cautiously at Callista, who was peeling a shrivel fig. Yes, I already did, she said, a tinge of nervousness in her voice. What happens if I already know the ingredients? What happens if I already know how to make it? She said to herself, silently putting the scraps from the shrivel fig in a waste container. She then gently and neatly began slicing the root into little pieces. Fine, what are some of the magical components of shrivel fig? What can it do? Snape asked, a sneer forming at the end of his mouth. Callista looked up in thought, then turned to face him. Well, let's see. Shrivel fig creates truth serum when mixed with the blood of a goat and the ingredients in front of me. It also has healing properties when it is cut open and spread on a wound, Callista said in one breath. She then continued. It also tends to do more harm than good to animals, therefore, animals shouldn't be given anything with shrivel fig in it. Snape and Malfoy just stood staring at her, odd looks on their faces. Impressive. 10 points to Gryffindor, Snape said, glaring back at Malfoy who stood rooted to the spot. Get to work, Malfoy. Pretty girls don't fall for guys who sit there and do nothing. Callista blushed furiously and went back to work. It was then, when she had to pick up something on the floor that she noticed what she was wearing. Oh my god, she muttered, quickly standing up. Professor, I need to go to the bathroom. Go, Snape said, waving his hand as he stood by Malfoy, barking at him. What was I thinking? She muttered to herself as she rounded the corner into the girls' bathroom. How embarrassing, she said, looking at her muggle outfit in the mirror. She had on her favorite, yet unworn since June, pair of hip-slung jeans and a tank top without a bra, which revealed her navel. Why the hell? Then she remembered. Her laundry hadn't been finished, so she just threw on some clothing and a cloak. But it had gotten hot in the dungeons after the fires had started, and she quickly shed it. No wonder Malfoy was staring at me, Callista shuddered, thinking about what to do. How gross. She decided to let it go. If Malfoy says anything to me about it, I'll rearrange his face, she said to herself, a playful smile on her face at the thought of Malfoy's nose on his head. She opened the door and stepped inside. Malfoy and Snape watching her precariously. She immediately sat down and pulled on her reading glasses. After adjusting the brass scales in front of her, she dumped in some powder and began to stir. You look nice tonight, Malfoy said, staring at Callista as though he was under a love potion. Going club hopping, Callista said, an evil grin appearing across her face. She remembered going club hopping with her friends back in New York. Actually, it's a laundry day. Club hopping? Malfoy asked curiously. He sounded interested. Even Snape turned his attention towards her. Well, you see, a popular nightly pastime of myself and my friends back in New York. We would go to Club 66, Metro Dance Floor, etc. We would have an excellent time, Callista said. A smile glittering in her face as she added some more ingredients into the boiling pot and stirred. You know, dancing. Malfoy and Snape looked slightly puzzled, until the words dance came out of her mouth. They nodded their understanding, and continued with their potions. Callista, however, kept thinking about the last time she had gone out clubbing with her best friend, Raquel. Oh, what fun they had. Meeting boys. Dancing the night away. Her slipping into her window at 4 a.m., unnoticed by her father and nanny, Lena. Then sleeping until noon. That was the life, at least, for 5 years. I notice your attention is dissipating. Flanagan, Snape said, staring her straight in the eyes to no response. Sorry, kinda slipped away for a second, she muttered, quickly adding the goat's blood and letting it simmer. A soft hooting at the window startled them all, until Callista realized it was Petrie, with a note. Petrie, how good of you to join me. Callista laughed, as the little owl perched its elf on her shoulder and nipped her ear affectionately. He then stuck out his foot with a little note attached to it. Callista, hope everything is halfway decent down there, smirks, then laughs. Anyways, come to me when you are done. Herbology homework sucks, and I hope Petrie keeps you company. Love, Harry. Callista blushed furiously, folded the note and stuck it in her robes. Who's it from? Malfoy asked, a worried expression on his face, as his potion had just turned a violent shade of pink. Harry, Callista murmured dreamily, stroking Petrie's head and letting the owl hoot softly in her ear. She kept stirring her potion haphazardly until she realized something was wrong with Malfoy's. Oh dear, I don't think you added enough lizard scales. Snape entered the room, and his eyes narrowed. Malfoy, what did I tell you before? Staring at beautiful women gets you nowhere in life. He said icily, his hands taking the ladle in the potion. Add more lizard scales. I just did, at Callista's advice, Malfoy muttered sheepishly. Glancing at Callista, Snape glared maliciously at Callista, then ladled some of her solution into a goblet. Very well. Who is willing to try it? He asked pointedly, glancing between the two of them. I will, Malfoy said, taking the goblet from Snape's hands and downing a small sip. Please state your name, Snape asked, obviously wondering if it worked. Draco Lucifer Malfoy, he said. A droning voice overcoming him. What house are you in? Slytherin. Who do you have a crush on? Malfoy paused, then spoke. Callista Flanagan of Gryffindor. Callista immediately began giggling. It was so funny to watch as Malfoy's eyes glazed over at the mention of her name. Even Snape was amused. What happened in the hallway with her that you were too ashamed to talk about to anyone? Snape asked, gazing intently at Callista, whose face had become weighed down. She slapped me after I tried to kiss her. I didn't mean to hurt her, I just wished I could have told her how I felt. Callista felt a pang of guilt course through her veins. She knew that hitting him was wrong, yet why couldn't he just say that he liked her? It wasn't hard. Very well then, do you think her potion worked? Yes. Snape's lips did an odd curve, which looked strangely like a smile. He pulled out a vial from his robes and fed it to Malfoy. Instantly the glazed-over look on his face disappeared and he looked at Callista with a startled look on. Well, top marks, Callista, Snape said quietly. She knew why Snape had asked him those questions, as though trying to hook them up. Now, as for Malfoy's potion. Callista worriedly looked at it, now the same color as hers. She tried to dismiss the fact of events, yet Petrie, who was still on her shoulders, squeezed gently, trying to reassure her. All right, I'll take it, she said, taking the goblet of Malfoy's Veritaserum. She tipped her head back, and immediately felt a cold rush fall over her. A tiny voice spoke in her head. Tell the truth was all it said. I can't, I'm too ashamed of the truth, her voice said back, as a deeper voice began questioning her. Say your name, please. The voice boomed in her head. She felt intimidated by it. Callista Marie Flanagan, she squeaked. Good, now just keep answering the truth. What sport do you play and position? The voice boomed again. Chaser in Quidditch, catcher in softball, middle. Hitter in volleyball and center forward in basketball, she said, a slight quiver in her voice. Keep going, the voice answered. What are you scared of? The voice boomed yet again. She was too scared to answer. What was she afraid of? Nothing, she replied harshly. I can't do this, she said to herself. A sudden warmth passes over her. Do you like Draco Malfoy? Snape asked, once again becoming amused. Why ask a question like that? She said, her gaze shifting gently back into focus. She didn't like being enticed into drinking truth potion. She looked up at Snape's face, and a look of terror spread across it. How did you? He began, shaking slightly. I don't know. The serum worked, I'll grant you that, but I can't tell you why it didn't work, because I don't know, she said numbly. He hadn't told anyone about her playing Muggle sports. Malfoy simply stared at her while Snape grasped his left arm and shrieked with pain. What's wrong? Carista asked, yet Malfoy backed away. He obviously knew what was wrong. Since you know, Malfoy, help me. He didn't do anything but stand there, glancing weakly at where Snape laid, wincing. Carista glided gently down to the floor next to him and rolled up his sleeve. Where she froze. Burned his skin was a tattoo, one she had seen before. It was the dark mark. No, TT, this isn't happening, Carista stuttered, backing away from Snape. He looked up at her. Helpless and rather afraid. How can this be happening? She ran to the table and grabbed her stuff, Petrie fluttering behind her. No, wait, Carista, Snape gasped, grabbing the table for support. Malfoy looked scared also. He knew what the dark mark was, he just thought that Carista knew about it already. Carista sprinted out of the dungeons, dropping things along the way. She didn't stop running until she reached the portrait and leapt inside, finally losing everything in her arms and running to the couch, where Harry lay asleep. Harry, she shrieked, her hair flying about her in rage. Something, what? Harry looked around confused, then seeing her face, he knew something was seriously wrong. We're in danger, Harry. There is a Death Eater at Hogwarts, she sputtered. Sitting in front of Harry on the floor. What do you? Harry began as the portrait hole burst open and in came McGonagall. Carista, come with me. Dumbledore would like to speak with you. She spoke wryly, her hands in her pockets. Carista, who was now shaking, stood up and followed McGonagall. Harry followed. Potter, stay here. This is old news for you, she spoke, yawning slightly. Carista stared at the door to Dumbledore's office, shaking at the thought of what he would say to her. McGonagall, noticing this, laid her hand on Carista's shoulder. It's all right, you did nothing wrong, she said, her thin lips curved in a small smile. Carista smiled weakly back as they entered and saw Snape talking to Dumbledore in a slow whisper. She tried to turn around and leave. But McGonagall held onto her arm. I think that you should hear what Severus has to say. She was trembling like mad as she sat in one of the chairs in front of Dumbledore's desk. Dumbledore obviously noticed this, and tried to calm her nerves. Please, calm down, Miss Flanagan, he said sincerely, looking into her eyes. I think Snape does owe you an explanation, considering the fact he scared you and Mr. Malfoy half to death. She turned her head slightly, expecting to see Snape angry, but he wasn't. He looked distraught and nervous, almost as if he was going to cry. I am a Death Eater, however. He spoke in a small voice. I am a spy for Headmaster Dumbledore. Carista's heart gave a leap in her throat. She almost screamed, yet knew better. As her heart rate went considerably slower. No, I didn't kill your aunt and uncle, he said quietly. And I don't know who did. He knew she wanted that answered, yet she didn't expect him to reply with such heart. Professor, our Snape here has been telling me how you were able to throw off the Veritaserum, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling merrily. That is a very rare accomplishment. Considering the fact that Death Eaters were taught how to do that. And were the only ones to do so, Snape said, lightly stroking his forearm where the tattoo was. I was very surprised, and I think Malfoy shares it as his father is also a Death Eater. To see that after only 3 questions, you stopped answering completely. Dumbledore and McGonagall looked at Carista intently, as if expecting her to say something. What do you want me to say? She stuttered quietly. How you learned that marvelous trick, for starters, Dumbledore said smiling. I never have been susceptible to Veritaserum, she murmured quietly. Shish. He wished she was asleep in Harry's arms right now, one of the only places she felt safe. Any ideas as to why? McGonagall asked quizzically, staring straight into her eyes. No, she said, her stuttering easing slightly. I have been able to do it for as long as I can remember. Any other, traits you would be willing to tell us about? Snape asked, gazing at her intently. I don't think so, I guess, she mumbled. Why were they asking her this? Very well then, Miss Flanagan. You are very tired right now, and I assure you that you are not in any danger here at Hogwarts, Dumbledore said reassuringly. And, next Thursday we will be having the potions lesson again, same time, Snape said quietly, staring at her. Thank you, she said, standing silently and walking out the office and down the spiraling staircase. Harry sat waiting in the common room for at least 30 minutes since Carista had entered hysterical and was led off by McGonagall. She must have been talking about Snape if she mentioned Death Eater at Hogwarts. He sat quietly watching the fire, until the portrait hole opened, and Carista stepped in, looking very pale and scared. Carista, Harry murmured, jumping off the couch and running to her. She nearly fainted with release as she collapsed into his arms. I was so worried. Carista felt so good now that she was with Harry again. She almost couldn't straight and up because the weak feeling in her was coming back. Snape is a Death Eater, she said quietly, even if the common room was empty. I never would have guessed. Carista, I knew he was a Death Eater, Harry said, looking at the floor. Carista froze, and looked up into his eyes, anger surging once again. And you never told me. She spat, forcing herself away from him. I was sworn to secrecy at the end of the year. I couldn't tell you, even if I wanted to. And besides that, I don't believe that Snape killed your aunt and uncle. Carista moved towards the couch and sat down. She didn't want to have to think of this, not now. All she wanted was to sleep. Carista, you look really tired. Maybe you should go to sleep, Harry murmured, brushing some of her hair out of her face. She couldn't have said it any better herself. Maybe I should, she whimpered, hugging Harry again and stomping up to her room. My lord, why do we want Carista Flanagan? A voice said maliciously behind a dark hood and mask. Because, Lucius. A cold, hard voice pierced the air, making Harry form goosebumps on his arms and legs. She is the key to my power. Tell us, my lord, another voice said, sounding oddly familiar. Well, Severus. The voice began, and immediately Harry knew who was speaking, Voldemort. She is very important to my power. If she dies, I become 10 times as powerful as I would be with her. But, I have to kill her. My lord, Wormtail has been caught. A swift voice shrieked, entering the room and piercing the already cold night. What? Did he tell Dumbledore? Voldemort spat, becoming obviously angry and turning to Snape. No, my lord. He was whimpering the whole time. We couldn't get a thing out of him, Snape said icily. Harry knew that this was a lie. Whatever Peter had told Dumbledore was very, very important. That muggle-loving fool, Voldemort seethed under his breath. Harry knew that it would probably be only a matter of time before he came to Hogwarts. Severus, get back to your post at Hogwarts and see what you can find out. Yes, my lord, Snape said, and he apparated. Now, this Flanagan, Voldemort became amused. She is beautiful, isn't she, Lucius? Yes, my lord. Her eyes are a violet and, well, she looks exactly like her mother, Lucius said quietly, fidgeting on the spot. Very attractive. And yet, there was something else, Voldemort said, waving his fingers to get him to continue. She is dating Potter, he said quickly. Well, that should make everything easier. Back to planning, he spoke lazily, bending over a table. Suddenly Harry's scar shot with pain. I must go see Dumbledore, Harry groaned, clapping his hand over his forehead and traveling out of the dormitory in his bathrobe and slippers. He approached the stone gargoyle outside of Dumbledore's office, trying to think of the password when it sprang open instantly. Harry walked inside and stepped on the revolving staircase. He soon reached the doors to his office, where he knocked feverishly. Yes, do come in, came Dumbledore's muffled voice. He sounded tired. Harry opened the door and he saw Snape and McGonagall, both looking equally tired. Snape still had on his Death Eater's robes, he knew this from the dream. Potter, what are you doing out of bed at this hour? McGonagall spoke harshly, rising from her chair. No, wait, you have to listen, Harry gasped, his voice being muffled by McGonagall's cloak as she ushered him outside. It's about Voldemort. McGonagall immediately stopped what she was doing and pulled him back inside. Snape looked coldly down at him while Dumbledore's eyes twinkled mysteriously. I had another dream, Harry spoke nervously. Voldemort was standing in this room, talking to Lucius Malfoy and, he stopped, glancing quickly at Snape, who to his surprise, nodded him to go on. And who, Harry? Dumbledore asked. He obviously wanted to know whom else he had seen there. Professor Snape, he said quickly. Dumbledore's eyes flashed, then Harry continued. Well, he was talking about Calista, saying that if she died, he would be 10 times more powerful than he already is, but only if he killed her. He then went starking mad when someone told him that Wormtail was caught, and, well, then he turned to Professor and asked if it was true in what he had said. He lied, said there wasn't anything important, then he said and it was a good thing that we were, together. That it would be easier. Snape looking down at the floor, and Harry could have sworn he saw Snape almost started crying. McGonagall was crying, while Dumbledore looked placid. My scar started hurting, and that's all, I think I will leave now, Harry began, but Dumbledore held up a hand to stop him. Sit Harry, there is something you need to understand, he said quietly. Voldemort is after Calista for an extremely good reason, and if you be kind enough to sit back down, I will explain everything. Snape and McGonagall looked up at Dumbledore, both with shocked expressions on their faces. Do you remember the story of the Sorceress of Fire, Harry? Dumbledore asked, gazing intently into Harry's eyes. He nodded his head yes while Dumbledore continued. Well, Harry, there is not other way of putting this, but Calista is the next Sorceress of Fire. Harry couldn't believe this. The woman he loved was even more powerful than Voldemort ever was. You see, it is very confusing. But one might understand it, given they open their heart and mind and understand that she doesn't know about any of this. Voldemort's mom was once married to Tom Riddle, yet he was not her first husband. No, indeed Calista, Voldemort's mom, was married to another muggle by the name of Clifford Higgins. They had 3 children, Anna who is Calista's mom, Emma and Jeremy, her aunt and uncle. Dumbledore said, not removing his gaze from Harry. When Clifford found out that Calista was a witch, and a powerful one at that, he left her, taking Anna, Emma and Jeremy away from her. Harry couldn't breathe. The room was closing around her. His heart had an iron hand on it. The dreams, that is why I know her, Harry said to himself. Continuing on, we all know Calista died giving birth to Voldemort. Therefore, the powers of Sorceress of Fire, strong in females, was passed down to Anna Higgins, who attended Hogwarts. Now, she moved to New York and Voldemort caught up with her and killed her. Not long after Calista was born. Voldemort never knew about Calista, until after he killed her aunt and uncle. Dumbledore shuddered. Harry found it hard to come away from this. So, now, if he kills Calista, he will be unstoppable. Therefore Harry, we must protect her. Harry sat silently, a tear rolling down his cheek. Does she have the powers of a Sorceress of Fire? Harry asked, glancing up from his lap. Well, she probably doesn't realize it, but I am 99.9% positive she does. That is probably why her wands don't work, her excellent grade in potions, care of magical creatures and transfiguration. She can probably also speak Parseltongue, too. Tell me Harry, Avery wondered why her eyes looked so familiar. Dumbledore asked, a slight tremble in his voice. Realization slapped Harry hard in the face. The eyes, of course. It was a dead giveaway. They were exactly like Voldemort's. Dumbledore seemed to realize this, and began to speak again. Harry, she is the key to defeating Voldemort. He will, if he can get his filthy hands on her, make her fight him, and because her powers are untamed, he will win. Harry froze, the thought of having Calista laying next to him. Her cold purple eyes framed in his mind forever, wasn't very promising. She is a better wizard than him, and for that matter, better than me. If she could learn everything she needs to know, she can do away with him before anything. Dumbledore stopped, and looked at Harry, who wanted to speak. Tell me what you have thought of, Harry. Her necklace, it was her mom's. It says something like, Protect thine heart with thine eyes. It probably has some sort of protection on her. Even Petrie, her owl has something like that around its neck, Harry murmured. In the meantime, we must now watch over both of you fretfully. Now, Harry, I ask that you go up to bed, Dumbledore spoke hazily, looking as tired as Harry had ever seen him. And Harry, not a word to anyone. What happens in here stays in here. Professor, what is it that Wormtail told you about? Harry asked, not being able to control himself. That I cannot answer until more information comes forth, he said, rising from his desk. Good night to you all. Quote. Harry crawled into the common room an hour later after being escorted by McGonagall. He was scared of Callista now, even if she didn't have an idea of this. After trudging up the stairs and entering his room, he crossed his bed only to find someone asleep on it. The end. Thanks for watching, also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.